We need Class 1 junior does to be making their way to the arena at this time. These exhibitors are Molly Odell, Tegan Tislin, Elena Paget, and Olivia Gibson. Please be making your way to the arena. We need Class 2 junior does to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Natalie Nelson, tag 0042, Elizabeth Lindsay, tag 2375, McKinley Fishback, tag 71765, Allison French, tag 3003, Emma Fry, tag 0059, and Paisley Jackson, tag 0056. Please be getting ready in the barn. Entering the arena at this time is Class 1 junior does. These exhibitors are Molly Odell, Tegan Tislin, Elena Paget, and Olivia Gibson. We need Class 2 junior does to be making their way outside the arena. These exhibitors are Natalie Nelson, Elizabeth Lindsay, McKinley Fishback, Allison French, Emma Fry, and Paisley Jackson. We need Class 3 junior does to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Tegan Tislin, tag 71755, Paige Donaldson, tag 7309, Zoe Land, tag 71758, Sadie Woofer, tag 0198, Carla Evans, tag 2514, and Brantley Clem, tag 1004. Please be getting ready in the barn.
Really logical way to lead off this doe show. I appreciate the quality and the design and silhouette of this female here. I think one that's tremendously sound and flexible in the lower angles. I think one that handles with the most amount of power of anything in this class, despite being, I assume, the youngest and the pounds lightest one in this class. Extremely clean chested, extremely elegant fronted. I think for me, if we're going to be critical on this female, maybe wants to get a little steep in the angle of her rump. I think maybe wants to get a little rigid in the way her top line lays into her skeleton there. But that's an awfully nice, attractive female to lead off this class. Young lady in second here has one that's maybe a little bit on the opposite end of the spectrum. I think to me reads a little bit more terminal in terms of its design. Really deep-sided, big bone, big topped kind of female there. I think one that handles with a lot of power. If we're making some meat goats and weathers on down the road, this will be a really easy one to hang your hat on. I think for me, to get above that one in front of it there, just not quite as attractive through its front 1/3. Maybe wants to get a little nickel shorter neck, and I think we could change the angle that one's head and neck comes out of its shoulder there. If we could refine that one's breastbone and chest plate there and just clean that one up through its front 1/3, that'd be an awfully nice, really stout female there. Nonetheless, a really stout one along his top line there for the young lady in second. The one in third place here, I think, is one, if we're comparing these in terms of weight per day of age and in terms of growth perspectives, I think this one leads the pack with being the largest outline one in the class. I think one that's extremely fluid as it gets on the move. I think for me, we could rearrange that one's chest and that one's hip. I think we could get that one maybe a little more coordinated off its hind two as it wants to get down in its pasterns. But that one from the side is an attractive, deep-bodied type of female, one that's extremely high-performing, one that has a tremendous outline to her as well. Compliments the young lady for bringing a nice, fast-growing, commercially sound one to us today. Young lady rounded out the class here as one that's extremely long-bodied. I like how tucked up and refined that one is through its chest floor. I think for me, we need to stouten this one up in its feature. We need to extend this one out of the top side of its skeleton there. And I think for me, just need to smooth that one's shoulder and neck junction out, get it to tie into its top line slightly better. That's another really nice female in a really tough class. Let's give all those exhibitors a nice round of applause for an excellent group.
Congratulations, Class 1 Junior Does. First place, Tegan Tislin. Second place, Elena Paget. Third place, Olivia Gibson. And fourth place, Molly Odell. Entering the arena at this time is Class 2 Junior Does. These exhibitors are Natalie Nelson, Elizabeth Lindsay, McKinley Fishback, Allison French, Emma Fry, and Paisley Jackson. We need Class 3 Junior Does to be making their way to the arena at this time. These exhibitors are Tegan Tislin, Paige Donaldson, Zoe Land, Sadie Wolfer, Carla Evans, and Brantley Clem. We need Class 4 Junior Does to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Ellen Matthews, tag 2391, Reed Etling, tag 71773, Abigail Masterson, tag 0379, Ashlyn Bowles, tag 0365, Eileen Masterson, tag 0381, and Mary Bird, tag 0377. Please be getting ready in the barn. Just a reminder, if you do not have a blue wristband, please exit the barn immediately. If you do not have on a blue wristband, you are more than welcome to come sit in the stands and watch the show.
Somewhat of a difficult sort here on the top end of this class, and I think all the way through, I don't know if there's one that really reaches out and grabs you. And honestly, I think you could play this class a lot of different ways, where maybe we could work the one sitting on the back side of this up into a higher placing in this class. I think for me, when it comes down to just fundamentals and structural soundness and integrity, this one kind of takes the cake. I appreciate the angle of this one, shoulder and hip. I think that one's probably the most fluid and correct at the ground as that one moves about the ring. A lot of rib shape in this one, a lot of power through the center portion of its body while still being elevated through its front 1/3. I think that one handles with enough power as well to get up there and just win this class. I think for me, that's the one we kind of logically have to fall on. The two problem childs for me are the two that are coming next. I don't know if either of them are perfect in terms of their structure, but I think they're the two that offer the most amount of genuine power and productivity on down the road. The young lady in second here, I think, is the one that's more opened up in its chest floor. I think the one that carries more genuine width and depth to the side of its body there. I think one that's probably more opened up in the top side of its hip and carries more power through its pelvis to the outside of that one's leg as well. I think if we're to correct that one, it's a similar location where we'd correct this one in third. We need to level that one's hip out. We need to get that one more structurally coordinated out of its hind two there. We need to move that one around the ring just a little better off its hind two there for me to get above the one in front of it. But a really nice complete female there in second. A similar story here like I mentioned before. Really long-bodied one. I think one that's got some interesting angles at the ground. For me, when we analyze this one working up, that one wants to get a little straighter in the angle of its hock. Not quite as level in its hip, and I don't know if that one ties its top line together as well as the two in front of it there. But that's one that's got some power and some touch and some handle to it. I think one that's going to be productive on down the road. I think just needs some time. I think that one's probably the youngest one in this class. If it's not, I think we need to work that one down, but we'll give you the benefit of the doubt here in third. Another high-performing one here in third or in fourth. I think one that's really long-bodied, one that's got a really interesting look through to its side there. I think one that profiles extremely well. I think for me, he wants to get a little straight off either end. I don't know if that one's front end's quite perfect there. I think that one's got a big center body, but I don't know if it's as opened up as the ones in front of it there. But a really nice, just practical kind of female for the young lady there in fourth. And a similar story here to the one in fifth. That thing's extremely attractive from the profile. You appreciate the lines in that one. You appreciate the fluidity in that one. Really up-headed, really feminine look from the side. And I think we just get disappointed when we roll around the backside of that one. Just need to open that one up. Need to handle with more power and touch along its top line. That one wants to narrow up at the top side of its hook set and doesn't carry that width to the backside of its pins that we're looking for here in a meat breeding class. But boy, that's an awfully attractive one with some really interesting breeding pieces on down the road for the young lady there. Rounding out the class with just a really good complete doe here. I think one that's long-bodied. I think one that has a nice amount of flex and one that has a nice design to its rear leg there. I think for me, it's the front half that we got to worry about. We got to lift this one up in its head and neck set there. We got to open this one up in its chest floor and its forerib there. I think if we had more center dimension and mass, that one would work its way up there. But a really nice female nonetheless. Compliments all these young people for bringing us a really good complete group of does. Let's give them all a nice hand.
Congratulations, Class 2 Junior Does. First place, Emma Fry. Second place, Paisley Jackson. Third place, Elizabeth Lindsay. Fourth place, McKinley Fishback. And fifth place, Natalie Nelson. Entering the arena at this time is Class 3 Junior Does. These exhibitors are Tegan Tislin, Paige Donaldson, Zoe Land, Sadie Woofer, Carla Evans, and Brantley Clem. Brantley Clem, please be making your way to the show arena at this time. We need Class 4 Junior Does to be making their way in outside the arena at this time. These exhibitors are Ellen Matthews, tag 2391, Reed Etling, tag 71773, Abigail Masterson, tag 0379, Ashlyn Bowl, tag 0365, Eiley Masterson, tag 0381, and Mary Bird, tag 0377. We need Class 5 Junior Does to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Tegan Tislin, Bailey Fishback, Benjamin Crosby, Samantha Wood, Brenna Walker, and Theo Pope.
Difficult pairing here on the top end, and I think for me, usually when a Terminal 1 walks in the ring, one that's tremendously powerful and opened up in its skeleton, I think you kind of default to thinking that one's maybe not sound enough to get up there and win a breeding doe class. And I think the more we analyze this one, the most complete this one is up here at the front end of this class. I especially like this one from its shoulder working backwards. I think that one handles with a lot of power. I think that one is super blown apart in the angle of its, or in the width of its pelvis there. I think this one is acceptable at the ground. I don't know if this is the soundest one in the class. I don't know if it's the most attractive through its front 1/3 in the class, but certainly the one that just kind of puts all the pieces together of maybe being not the worst structured one in the class and not the lightest muscle one in the class, and it somewhat finds its way to the top of this class, being that it has some handle, has some muscle, and is sound enough, or at least acceptable enough in its structural design there to lead off this class. I think this one is the one that gives you a lot of problems. I think from a judge's perspective, this thing looks awesome on the standstill. This thing's extremely refined in its chest floor. That thing's extremely correct and feminine through its front 1/3. I like how level that one is in its top line. You like to swoop to that one's belly. I think when you get in behind this one too, extremely opened up in the middle portion of its body. I don't know if that one handles with as much power the one in front of it. And for me, the biggest problem when we get this one on the move, that one wants to get a little awkward and uncoordinated in its rear leg. I think that one's pushing too straight for me. And I know looking at this one from the side gives you a really awesome look. And I think along with that added straightness, from the standstill, it looks awesome. And when we get that one out on the move, wants to labor just a little bit, especially on this show side rear leg. I think for me, if we could get that one to flex slightly better, especially out of that hock and into that hip, this could be a really killer doe. Just for me, I have some hesitation about that hind leg there, but a really nice female with a lot of interesting pieces for the young lady. Compliments to her, a really competitive top pair there. young man just kind of falls into third place here, and I think gets some difficult ones in front of it. I think typing kind-wise maybe more suits me similar to the class winner there. Really deep-sided one, really powerful one. I think stands on the most substance of foot and bone as compared to our class one, or as compared to anyone else in this class. I think for me, when that one gets on the move, kind of the opposite story of the one in front of it. Wants to get a little bit too uncoordinated in the way it takes its hind step there. I think that one's hock just needs to stabilize ever so slightly. I think that one's pelvis needs to just be blown apart, especially compared to the middle portion of that one's body. With as big a rib cage that one has, I would expect it to have a bigger, wider hip set in that one. But for me, just gets a little plainer in its overall design, especially compared to our second place one there. But that's an awfully nice, stout, and powerful female for the young man. I'm sure that one will make him some nice projects on down the road. Young lady in third here, or in fourth, I think just kind of does so again. Another one that's extremely fault-free. You like the hip in this one. I think that one's probably the most correct and most flexible out of its hind two. I think one that's extremely deep-sided. For me, when we get in behind this one, just not opened up, especially in that forerib. I don't know if it carries as much power on the outside of its leg as compared to the three in front of it. I don't know if that one handles with enough rack shape to get around those ones in front of it either. One that wants to just taper to the ground from the point of its shoulder to the outside of its front hoof there. If we could just blow this one apart through its front 1/3, maybe reorganize how that front end goes together, we could get that one higher into this class there. But a really competitive and interesting set of four there. Would be a really interesting judging contest group there. Compliments to her there. Another problem one for me out here is the young man's coming in fifth, and I think one that's presented extremely well. He does a good job getting that one shown. Extremely attractive from the profile, up-headed, feminine in its design. I think its front end and its shoulder all tie together extremely well. I think for me, working backwards, that one, again, wants to get a little straight, gets a little unsure of itself in its step. And for me, when we get on top and handle it, just not enough overall power as compared to the ones in front of it there. But one that's got some tremendous breeding pieces along with it there. Compliments to the young man there. Young lady rounding out the class has an extremely long-bodied one, extremely sound one. I think for me, one that just gets a little plainer through the front 1/3 of its body, wants to get a little thicker and crestier at the top portion of its neck there, wants to shoot its shoulder blade out just a little too far over the point of its knee for me. And the biggest killer for me, I think, is just how terminal this one gets in the center portion of its body. From flank to flank, this one is not as deep as those ones in front of it, just raising some maternal concerns for me on down the road. But a really nice female there for the young lady, really competitive class. So let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 3 Junior Does. First place, Carla Evans. Second place, Zoe Land. Third place, Brantley Clem. Fourth place, Sadie Woofer. And fifth place, Tegan Tislin. Entering the arena is Class 4 Junior Does. These exhibitors are Ellen Matthews, Reed Etling, Abigail Masterson, Ashlyn Bowl, Eiley Masterson, and Mary Bird. We need Class 5 Junior Does to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Tegan Tislin, Bailey Fishback, Crosby Benjamin, Samantha Wood, Brenna Walker, and Theo Pope. We need Class 6 Junior Does to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Cora Shepard, tag 0001, Libby Riley, tag 0159, Brielle Cochran, tag 2395, Eden Myers, tag 4006, Brennan Woofer, tag 0200, and Paisley Watrin, tag 0369. Please be getting ready in the barn.
kind of the power female to lead off this class, and I guess if we're shown by age, that might be slightly concerning to some, just based on how moderate this female is, and I don't know if I read her to grow to be super big and super just one that's just going to tip the scales over, but one I think has the most amount of genuine power in this class. I think the one that handles with the most amount of expressiveness and width down her top line. I think one that's genuinely the deepest sided and the most opened up in her chest floor into her forerib there. I think admittedly maybe a little harder to read. If we could take some of that hair off the stomach there, I think it would just give her a slightly better presentation value there. But one that's got a tremendous amount of foot and bone. Young man's doing a good job getting that one shown and presented to us as well. And I think just my default here on this one could be first or third at about any show, and I don't know if anyone's ever going to put her second. For me, I'm just going to fall back on that one being the stoutest made, most opened up one in this class. The two here in second and third, I think are paired together, and I think need to stay together no matter where you place them in this class. Both of them read extremely similar in their design and build. I think they're both extremely flexible at the ground. Both of them carry the same amount of depth of side. Both have the same turn to their rib cage. I think for me, the one that leads off this pair is the one that's the most opened up from a 3/4, is the most correct in the way its chest floor lays into its shoulder. I think the one that carries the most amount of power on the outside of its leg and its hip as well. For me, if we're to compare this one to the third place one, not as feminine through its front 1/3, maybe not quite as attractive in the way that its shoulder ties into its top line, but certainly one that's cracked open, a ton of power in this one, I think matches up with our class winner fairly easily in my mind as compared to our third place one. And nothing against the one in third. I think one that gives you a tremendous outline from the side. One, again, that we mentioned was really feminine through her front 1/3. Really attractive from the profile, long-bodied, sound-made. I think for me, when we get in behind this one, we just need to stouten this one up in terms of its handle, in terms of its muscle pattern, and just in terms of its skeleton. I think that one's got a big old rib cage in it, which is excellent for maternal characteristics on down the road. But for me, that one wants to narrow up in its chest floor. I don't know if I read that one quite as genuine in its power as the two in front of it either, but a really nice female there in third, extremely functional one for the young lady there. Another really interesting one to evaluate here. I think one similar to that one in that prior class. Gets a little terminal through the middle portion of its body, maybe a little bit too refined in its chest floor. I think one that we could just open up in the middle of its skeleton there. We could get this one just open up in its forerib, deeper in the lower portion of its belly, but a really interesting one to look at from a 3/4 here. Extremely feminine through its front 1/3. You like how that neck ties into the bottom of the throat latch there? I like the head shape and horn set in this one. I think for me, if we could just get that one to belly down and open up in the middle portion of its body, that's a really interesting female to evaluate there. Another one that's just kind of fault-free. I don't know if you can really poke a hole in this one, especially from the profile. One that's extremely long-necked. I think one that's best angle is at the 3/4, where it kind of blends that belly into the bottom side of that one's flank. I think that one just needs more punch to the rear quarter of its body. I think one that wants to just push its front toes out just a little bit, gets a little plainer and carries that chest floor deeper into its skeleton, especially relative to its center mass. Again, just causing it to not balance up quite as well as those ones in front of it. But another really nice and functional female out here. The one rounding out the class is one that's tremendously stout. I think one that's got some power, but for me, the structural problems kind of start with this one's front leg and its shoulder not blending into its neck quite as well as the other ones in front of it. That one's neck just wants to reach a little farther over its shoulder than what we like to see. I wish we could just elevate that one and refine it through its front 1/3. We could get that one to move more comfortably off its front two there. But another really nice female. Really hard to poke a hole in any of these. Different judge, different day. You could definitely jumble those up top to bottom. Let's give all those exhibitors a nice round of applause. Really good group of them.
Congratulations, Class 4 Junior Does. First place, Reed Etling. Second place, Abigail Masterson. Third place, Eiley Masterson. Fourth place, Ashlyn Bowl. And fifth place, Ellen Matthews. Entering the arena at this time is Class 5 Junior Does. These exhibitors are Tegan Tislin, Bailey Fishback, Crosby Benjamin, Samantha Wood, Brenna Walker, and Thea Pope. We need Class 6 Junior Does to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Cora Shepard, Libby Riley, Brielle Cochran, Eden Myers, Brenna Wolfer, and Paisley Watchrin. We need Class 7 Junior Does to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Cora Shepard, tag 0002, Carla Evans, tag 0102, Jake Bunting, tag 0117. Julia Graber, tag 0116. Leah Collins, tag 2562. Paisley Jackson, tag 0057. And Haley Winling, tag 2362. Please be getting ready in the barn. Also, a reminder, if you would like to sign up for Dam and Daughter class, we have the sign-up sheet at the announcer stand. We'd like to welcome our judge tonight, Mr. Drew Boss. He's from Dessler, Ohio, where he owns and operates Black Swamp Boars. They maintain 50 does to raise show wethers and commercial does to show on the county, state, and national level. He also helps manage the show and sale cattle for his family's club calf operation, Sauter Farms. He is a current alumni advisor for the AGR Holiday Classic Cattle Show and formerly was a member of the director committee for the Ohio Cattlemen's Best Service and Ohio Beef Expo. He is a 2018 graduate of The Ohio State University, where he majored in agribusiness and applied economics and competed on the livestock judging team. Please give him a warm welcome.
A really logical way to lead off this class. I think the one that probably hits you the hardest from the profile, I think the one that's probably the most attractive from a femininity standpoint, the one that's the most coordinated in its step, and I think the one that handles with the most amount of power down its top line. I think if we're going to get critical on this one, maybe we need to rearrange this one's neck and shoulder and maybe elevate this one slightly more out of the top side of its shoulder blade there. Make this one slightly more feminine in its head shape and maybe deepen that one in its jaw, but that's being awfully critical on one that wins this class fairly handily. Really difficult pair here sort for me in 2 and 3, and I think I just got to kind of follow my gut and just trust in myself that this one up front here is the stoutest one of the two, handles with the most amount of power and genuine shapeliness down its top line. I think the one that hits you the hardest from the side as well. I think one that's maybe more attractive in the way its knee and its shoulder kind of tie together. I think the one that's the boldest and from its shoulder into its forerib and carries the most amount of genuine depth into the bottom side of its belly there. I think one that is sound enough off either end. I think we could just feminine this one up just a little bit. We could thin this one out in the way its shoulder blade ties into its neck there as compared to our class winner. We could get this one just to elevate its neck just a little bit more as compared to the class winner as well. But a really nice, really complete one here in second. A similar story here for the 1 and 3rd. As I mentioned, awfully competitive here between these two. Really soggy made, really big middled one here that has a tremendous amount of width and power to the middle portion of her body. I think one that just kind of checks those feminine maternal boxes. I think for me this one gets a little fleshy in terms of its design. Maybe he's carrying a little extra hide. Just wanting to push that breastbone a little farther outside of its shoulder than I like to see. Doesn't balance up quite as neat as the one in front of it, but that one's got a tremendous amount of power. That one's got a nice big foot and leg to it. I think that one is going to be extremely competitive on down the road. One here coming next. I think you just got to talk handle and power in this one. I think this one's best view is from behind. I think that one has a big old hip. You like the hook set in that one. I think that one ties into its loin extremely well. I think that one's top line is extremely nice. Again, handles with some power. If we're making market goats on down the road with this one, I think we're kind of cooking with some fire here. That one is extremely nice. For me, when we get into the side of this one, not as deep-sided from flank to flank. I think that one gets too restricted in the center portion of its body for me. I don't know if that one ties in as deep into its rear quarter as the two in front of it there. But boy, if you look at this one, just from the middle of its rib cage working up, that's got a tremendous amount of power and shapeliness along its top line. Compliments to you for hitting that one super hard with the feed bucket there. I really like that female. Just need to dense her up just a little bit. The one here rounding out our top five, I think, is one that's long-bodied. I think one that's got the right lower angles to it. When we analyze this one's pastern and when we tie it into its knee or into its hock on either end, I think that one's fairly correct. I think for me, when we analyze this one structurally, the problem is in the top line. From that one's shoulder into its hip there. That one wants to dip, and I think that one just needs to be corrected in the angle of its hip and how it sets into its body there. If we could just fix that one structurally, I think that's a really dense, really powerful female there that'll make some competitive kids on down the road. Young man with the black goat here, I think, has one that's just kind of a fault-free type of goat. One that's structurally sound, one that has a tremendous amount of width and power. You appreciate the bone density in this one as well. Really thick skulled, really a thick bone. I think one, if we could just get this one to pretty up, just in terms of its design, balance up a little better from the profile, and I think one that we could just tighten the hide on just a little bit. That'd be an awfully nice female. I think for me, not as stout as the ones in front of it that it needs to be, and not as structurally correct in its rear hip as the class winner there, but a really nice one nonetheless. Young man rounding out the class, I think, has one that looks extremely attractive from the profile. Really big outline one that has some foot and bone shape to it, one that's deep-sided. I think one that balances up extremely well from the profile. For me, when we get in behind this one, just wants to taper from the top side of its body to the ground. I think that one needs to just handle slightly stouter, not as powerful along its top line as compared to the ones in front of it. But that's a really interesting one to look at from the profile there. Compliments to you for picking out a really nice one to look at from the side there. Let's give them all a nice round of applause. Really good group of kids.
Congratulations, Class 5 Junior Does. First place, Tegan Tislin. Second place, Brenna Walker. Third place, Bailey Fishback. Fourth place, Haley Windling. And fifth place, Samantha Wood. Entering the arena at this time as Class 6 Junior Does, these exhibitors are Cora Shepard, Libby Riley, Brielle Cochran, Eden Myers, Brennan Wolfer, and Paisley Watron. We need Class 7 breeding Junior Does to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Cora Shepard, Carla Evans, Jake Bunting, Julia Graber, Leah Collins, Paisley Jackson, and we need all first and second place winners from classes 1 through 5 to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Class 1, first place, Tegan Tislin. Second place, Elena Paget. Class 2, first place, Emma Fry. Second place, Paisley Jackson. Class 3, first place, Carla Evans. Second place, Zoe Land. Class 4, first place, Reed Etling. Second place, Abigail Masterson. And Class 5, first place, Tegan Tislin. Second place, Brenna Walker. Please be getting ready in the barn. Just a reminder, if you are not wearing a blue wristband, please exit the pin side of the Holman barn. You must have a blue wristband to be on the pin side of the Holman barn.
Another pretty straightforward class winner here, in my opinion. I think one that's got some power and some shapeliness. I think one that's maybe a little trendier in terms of its design, opened up in its chest floor. I think one that's got an extremely wide stance and an elevated look through front 1/3 there. I think for me, if we're going to be critical on this one as compared to our second place one, I just question at times how that one's hind leg is put together. It wants to just push out just a little bit in terms of the angle of its hock and wants to roll out on the outside of its hoof there. I'm not sure if I caught that one at a bad angle that one time, but we'll get a better look at that one here in the division drive there. Really nice though to lead off this class. One here in second for me is just a really a really complete meat and potatoes kind of goat here. One, I think you love this one's body shape and capacity. I think one that's tremendously deep-sided, functional off either end. I like the top side of this one's hip and how it ties into its loin. Still has some shapeliness along its top line. I think for me, just design-wise, gets a little plainer in the angle of its shoulder and how its neck is put together. Wants to read a little bit more mature in its head shape than the one in front of it there. I think one that just reads a little plainer and fleshier through its front 1/3 as well. That's an awfully attractive one from the shoulder working backwards. I really like that female just compositionally there. Somewhat of the opposite story here for the young ladies in third. I think from the hip moving forward, this thing is tremendously cool to look at. I think one that's elevated through its front 1/3, one that's feminine in the way it's put together, really clean and refined through its chest floor there. I think for me, when we get this one on the move and off to the side here, I don't know if there's just too much angle or that hip's too round for me, as that hind leg just wants to reach underneath it slightly more than it should, slightly more than ideal, I should say. I think if we could just clean that one up and just extend that one's hip and just lengthen that out just a little bit into its rear quarter, I think that could be an awfully competitive female there. In her own right, though, deep-sided, really stout-made kind of female there. Really interesting pieces. If we could combine this one and that one in front of it, that'd be a really awesome-looking goat. Really good job showing for the young lady there again. Another really complete one comes out in fourth here. I think one that's similar to our second-place winner. One that's deep-sided, opened up in the middle portion of its body. I think one that shows you some expressiveness, especially as it tries to fight the young lady there. Really big top, really reads with a ton of power along his top line there. I think for me, just gets a little plainer. I think, again, we're shooting the point of that shoulder over the front of its knee there. For me, that's just a big no-no. I don't know. I think we just need to redesign that one's front end, just make her more complete out of the front 1/3 of her body there. But another one working backwards from the shoulder, really attractive one there for the young lady there. Another one here I think we're working into fifth. I think she does a good job getting this one presented to us. Long body, deep-sided, really big foot and bone on this one. I think for me, again, just some shoulder issues. We need to clean that one up through its front 1/3. And I think for me, the biggest issue is that one wants to get too down on its rear pasterns. If we could elevate that one and strengthen it in her pasterns, we could recoordinate that one's rear hip. I think that one could be a really competitive female on down the road. Another one here rounding out the class. It's tremendously deep-sided. I think from a profile is elevated through its front 1/3. You like the rib shape in this one. I think for me, when we get him behind this one, not enough power along his top line, gets a little plainer in the way its rear hip's designed. I think maybe needs to be elevated and cleaned up through the bottom of its chest floor. I think that'd be a really awesome female there, but a really nice group from top to bottom. Let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 6, first place Eden Myers, second place Brielle Cochran, third place Cora Shepard, fourth place Brennan Wolfer, and fifth place Libby Riley. Entering the arena at this time is Class 7 Junior Does. These exhibitors are Cora Shepard, Carla Evans, Jake Bunting, Julia Graber, Leah Collins, and Paisley Jackson. We need all first and second place winners from classes 1 through 6 to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Class 1, first place Tegan Tislin, second place Elena Paget. Class 2, first place Emma Fry, second place Paisley Jackson. Class 3, first place Carla Evans, second place Zoe Land. Class 4, first place Reed Etling, second place Abigail Masterson. Class 5, first place Tegan Tislin, second place Brenna Walker. And Class 6, first place Eden Myers, second place Brielle Cochran. Please be making your way outside the show arena.
Another really nice way to lead off a class here. I think young ladies, though, that leads off this is the most opened up in the center portion of her body. I think carries the most amount of power and shapeliness down her top line. And I think for me, just is the most complete in this class. I don't know if she's the soundest overall, but I do think that one is the one that just puts the package together with being the stoutest one in this class while still being acceptable just in terms of her structure. Really nice way to lead off this class. Kind of an interesting pair to sort here. I think when you initially walk into the ring, I think you read the black-headed one as maybe being the stouter made of the two, the one that probably handles it the most amount of power, and I think it gets a little deceptive with the dapple doe up front here. I think this one's extremely opened up in its skeleton. I think one that's designed extremely well. You see that one showing off for us, really elevated through its front 1/3. You like to turn to that one's rib cage and center mass there. I think for me, to get ahead of that one in front of it, we got to handle with more power. I think personally, we need to lengthen this one's hip out, give that one more angle to its rear hock as well. If we could just re-coordinate that one's rear leg, I think that one would get up there and compete with that one in front of it, but a really nice female nonetheless. Again, like I said, probably the one that hits you the hardest just in terms of being appearing the stoutest one along his top line, and I think has some handle to match along with that. For me, I'd be remiss to say I might be a little disappointed after reading that one from the profile and seeing that big hip bulging out of the top of its body. Didn't match with the same amount of power along its top line. We caught that 3/4 look from the front, and that one wants to taper from the point of its shoulder to the outside of its foot there, get a little narrower in the base of its chest, but one that has plenty of rib shape. Just disappointed when we get up in front of that one there and analyze that one from a front 3/4, but a really nice looking one from the profile. Young lady, again, I commented, doing an excellent job getting that one shown. Compliments to her. Keep up the good work on down the road. The one here in 4, I think for me, is another one that's just super complete. I don't know if you can really poke a hole in this one. I think for me, really deep-sided one, really big-ribbed one. You like the hip and hind leg in this one as a whole. I think for me, that one's front leg just gets a little uncoordinated. I think that one, the angle of its knee needs to be corrected as it wants to just buck over just at the angle of its knee and wants to just proceed past the point of its pastern there. If we could just re-coordinate that one and correct that, I think that'd be a really competitive female in this respective class. The two young people rounding out this class are two extremely similar females. I think ones that are both extremely deep-sided. I think ones that need more angle to their rear hip as well. I think for me, the deciding factor between the two young ladies here in 5th is more refined through its chest floor. I think more attractive through its front 1/3. But two powerful, two opened up females in their own right. Let's give them both a nice round of applause. Good group of them.
Congratulations, Class 7. First place, Leah Collins. Second place, Jake Bunting. Third place, Cora Shepard. Fourth place, Carla Evans. And fifth place, Paisley Jackson. You got Tegan's goat? Entering the arena at this time is all first and second place junior does. These exhibitors are Tegan Tislin, Emma Fry, Carla Evans, Reed Etling, Tegan Tislin, Eden Myers, Leah Collins, Elena Paget, Paisley Jackson, Zoe Land, Abigail Masterson, Brenna Walker, Brielle Cochran, and Jake Bunting. We need Class 1A yearling does to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Aaron Gunasekera, Alexander Gunasekera, Molly Odell, Jace Cox Accord, James King, Reagan Trummer, and Chloe Rout. We need Class 2 yearling does to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Molly Odell, Grant Liming, Carla Evans, Reagan Trummer, Henry Gray, Kiera Moe, and Echo Shaw. Please be getting ready in the barn. We would like to take a second to thank our sponsors for tonight. Southern Ohio Equipment Services, Howerton Construction, Lisa and Ricky Napier, John and Stephanie Kaufman, Rochelle and Calvin Bowling, Jason and Megan Walker, R.L.E. Etling Farms, Baker Family Farms, Trummer Family, Tislin Family, Snyder Family, Rigney Family, Baker Penny, Sherry Kelly, in memory of Robert Kelly, Liming Limousine Cattle, Justin and Betsy Talby, Equine Club, and in memory of Trish and Ariel Brandenburg. Thank you.
A really nice group of females as a whole, and especially proud of our front line here as we kind of work through these classes. I think there's 4 of them that are certainly in contention, and I think if you wanted to flip-flop the top 3, I probably wouldn't argue with you. I think, in my opinion, I think these are the best things to sort. I really appreciate looking through females, especially some prospect females, and kind of picturing a future that they might have in front of them. And I think kind of blending some things in that work well with each of your respective programs. I think for me, just some important things. Structural integrity is extremely important to me, regardless of species. I really appreciate ones that are super coordinated in their design and their step, and I think ones that really carry an excellent profile to them is something that I think is irreplaceable. I think, in my personal opinion, you can always breed some stoutness into them, but it takes kind of a special one to imprint some look and some design in them. I think with that being said, I think there's 2 of them out here that have enough look, have enough style, and I think put it into a feminine enough package for me while still being stout and opened up. And I think from there, I think you could definitely pick a top 5 if you wanted to, but we're just going to get you a grain and a reserve. So let's put our hands together. I'll go out and shake the hand of your grain and reserve for your junior doe.
Congratulations, Grand Champion Junior Doe Tegan Tislin. Congratulations, Reserve Champion Junior Doe Leah Collins. Entering the arena at this time is Class 1 yearling does. Just kidding, we're gonna take a second to spray the ring down. Entering the arena at this time is Class 1 yearling does. These exhibitors are Aaron Gunisakara, Alexander Gunisakara, Molly Odell, Jace Accord Cox, James King, Reagan Trummer, Chloe Rott. We need Class 2 yearling does to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Molly Odell, Grant Liming, Carla Evans, Reagan Trummer, Henry Gray, Kiera Moe, and Echo Shaw. We need Class 3 yearling does to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Kaylee Rott, Ashlyn Bowl, Julia Graber, Lucia Taylor, Olivia Havarilla, Addison Bowl, and Mary Bird. The sales trailer is opened right now. You have 1 hour at the conclusion of the market show to consign any goats you would like to sell.
I appreciate the enthusiasm from the young man here. I think doing a really good job getting this one presented to us. A really long-bodied, deep-centered one here. I think one that handles with the most amount of genuine power, and I appreciate the structure in this one more so than anything else in this class. Just a really easy, fault-free one to lead off this class. Compliments to the young man. Hope he enjoys it. The one here in second here, I think, is the one that splits up the two that are extremely similar in their type and kind. I think the one is more correct in terms of the angle of its rear leg. I think one that's deeper in the center portion of her body as compared to our third place one there. Really structurally correct one. Really structurally correct one. I think for me to compete with that one in front of it, we need to tie that one from its shoulder into its rack slightly better. We need to clean this one up in the floor of its chest just a little bit more as well, but a really nice female there in second. Young man here in third, I think has one. You appreciate the width and dimension to that one's center rib cage. I think you appreciate how powerful that one is and opened up in its chest floor. I think for me, just gets too terminal in its design. I think we could drop this one in the rear portion of its belly there and its center portion of its body. I think we could just re-coordinate this one's front end too. That one wants to get a little angle out at the bottom portion of its leg there. If we could just straighten this one out in its knee and just deepen that one through the center of its body there, I think that'd be an ultra competitive one there for that young man. The one coming in fourth here, I think, is a really long-bodied, really deep-centered, really complete one there. I think from the profile, gives you an expressive look into its rear leg. I like the angularity and flexibility to this one in its joints. For me, just gets a little too down-headed, a little too thick and cresty in the shape of its neck, and just doesn't balance up quite as well as those three in front of it there, but a really nice one nonetheless. The two rounding out the class, I think, have two similar problems just in the way their top line ties into their shoulder blade. I don't know if those ones are quite structurally correct enough to get ahead of those ones in front of it, but nonetheless, two long-bodied ones, two of them that have enough center dimension and mass to be productive females on down the road. Let's give these two exhibitors and everyone else in this class a nice round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 1 yearling does. First place, Jace Cox Accord. Second place, Chloe Rott. Third place, James King. Fourth place, Reagan Trummer. And fifth place, Molly Odell. Entering the arena at this time is Class 2 yearling does. These exhibitors are Molly Odell, Grant Liming, Carla Evans, Reagan Trummer, Henry Gray, Kiera Moe, and Echo Shaw. We need Class 3 yearling does to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Kaylee Rott, Ashlyn Bowl, Julia Graber, Lucia Taylor, Olivia Havarilla, and Addison Bowl. We need Class 4 yearling does to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Charlotte Sloan, Bentley Gibson, Eden Myers, Reed Etling, Cora Shepard, Eden Myers, and Cora Shepard.
Really difficult class to read here, and I think the two up front are more similar than maybe meets the eye. I think when you analyze these two, they're both extremely flexible at the ground. I like the way all their joints kind of tie together. I think they're both designed extremely well, and I think in the structural integrity of them, if you want to fault either one of them, it's just that they run downhill from the top of their hip to the top of their shoulder blades. I think each of them does it. I think for me, the one that just looks the part, the one that's deeper bodied, the one that carries more genuine center mass, the one I think that transitions better from its shoulder into its forerib will be the young man Sandy Doe one here leading off this class. One that's long bodied, one that gives you a really elegant feminine look from the profile. I think one that's got enough flexibility and power along her top line. I don't know if this one handles as hard as the one that comes in second, but again, this is a yearling female class, not a weather class, so I think we'll give that one a break just in terms of the softness of handle along its top line. That's a really interesting female with some interesting breeding pieces there as we lead off this class. The one that comes in second, I appreciate this one's front end more so than our class winner. I think that one's more refined and correct through the front portion of its body. This is the angle that you really appreciate this female at. I think she's out and opened up. I think she stands on a nice standard of foot and bone there. I think for me, though, when we get off to the side, this one wants to narrow up in its forerib as compared to our class winner. That one gets a little straighter in the angle of its shoulder as compared to our class winner. Maybe one that's just not quite as genuine in the lower portion of its center body as the one that comes in front of it, but one that handles with a lot of width and dimension down its top line. I like the hip and hind leg in this one as well. I think that one, maybe if we took the clipper blades to it like that one in front of it there, would be as attractive from the profile. So I'll give you the benefit of the doubt on that one. Just for me, it's that forerib, it's that upper portion of that one's middle body. We could open that one up, get that one to compete with the one in front of it, but a really nice female in her own right there. The one here coming in third, I think for me, if we're making market goats, this one's kind of the no-brainer one of this top three. I think one that has a tremendous amount of power and shapeliness down its top line. That kind of touch and handle when they get up over a year old is hard to make and hard to maintain. Compliments to you for getting that one out here today. I think that one is correct in the way that its rear hip ties into its top line and into its leg. I think for me, working forward, that one gets a little plainer at the point of its shoulder, gets a little crestier at the point of its neck, and I think carries more depth into the front part of its body there. It doesn't balance up quite as well from the profile as the ones that come in front of it. And for me, just reads a little terminal in the lower portion of its midsection there. I think if we could just get this one to belly down, give us a more maternal, soggy, and soft look from the profile, that one would work its way up into the top three, and I think maybe give those two up there a run for money. But a really nice one there, especially working from that last strip going backwards there. A really complete one here in four. I think one that's deep-sided, one that's got a tremendous amount of turn and shapeliness to its rib cage. I like how that one transitions similar to our class winner from that shoulder into its forerib. I think one that's super appropriate just in the way it profiles. I think for me, just to compete with those ones in front of it, when we get in behind this female, not as opened up along the top side of its skeleton there, maybe wants to taper to the top side of its shoulder and get a little plainer in the way it's put together just at the top of its shoulder blade into its neck. But a really nice group of females there. Really logical spot for that female there. One that comes next, I think for me, is a long-bodied one. You appreciate the growth and performance in this one as well. I'd venture to guess this one's probably the pounds heaviest in the class. I think in a commercial setting, this is the one you just kind of fall to in terms of making productive, fast-growing wethers there. For me, that one gets a little plainer in the way it's designed. I don't know if that one's quite as flexible in its lower joints as compared to the ones in front of it. And similar to our third place one, maybe gets a little restricted in its midsection. If we could open that one up and just soggy that one down and belly that one down, just give it a little softer look from the profile, that'd be a really attractive one from the side there. Two that round out the class, I think for me, do a lot of the similar things together. They get a little upright in the terms of the angle of their shoulder. They need to just be cleaned up in terms of femininity through their front 1/3. But both of them are extremely long-bodied. Both of them are extremely functional at the ground. I think for me, we just got to get them stouter, and like I said, just freshen them up and make them a shot more feminine through their front 1/3. But a really nice group of them as a whole, really nice top end with some interesting points to talk. Let's give all them a nice hand, a really good group.
Congratulations, Class 2 Yearling Doe. First place, Henry Gray. Second place, Grant Liming. Third place, Carla Evans. Fourth place, Kira Moe. And fifth place, Reagan Trummer. Entering the arena at this time is Class 3 Yearling Does. These exhibitors are Kaylee Rott, Ashlyn Bowl, Julia Graber, Lucia Taylor, Olivia Havarilla, Addison Bowl, and Mary Bird. We need Class 4 yearling does to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Charlotte Sloan, Bentley Gibson, Eden Myers, Reed Etling, Cora Shepard, Eden Myers, Cora Shepard. We need Class 5 yearling does to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Paisley Watrin, Zoe Land, Tegan Tislin, Julia Best, Rowdy Etling, and Jake Bunting.
Really nice front four for this class here. I think for me, the more we analyze these guys, and the more we kind of just fall back into our principles here. I think the one up front for me is the stoutest made one, the one that carries the most amount of power through the top side of her skeleton, and I think matches that with a massive opened up rib cage and carries that up into a really clean and opened up chest floor there. That one's got a tremendous amount of power carried to the outside of its leg there. And I think for me, just does the best job of being the most complete one in this class while having some power and pairing it with a structurally acceptable frame. Is she the most sound one in the class? I'd probably say no. I think that one coming in second here is the most fluid on the move. I think is the most attractive from the profile, the one that's the most level in her top line. I like the hip and hind leg in this one. I like how feminine this one is through her front 1/3 and how that one is refined through its chest floor. I think for me, though, when we get in behind this one and we analyze this one from the 3/4, not as stout as that one in front of it there, not as powerful along its top line. I think in a commercial setting, we just kind of got to follow in, lead off with that one that's structurally acceptable and then follow with one that's structurally impeccable. Really nice one there in second place. A big bone creature coming next. I think one that stands on a tremendous amount of foot and bone. I think along with that, though, usually with some heavy-duty bone work and structures come some structural question marks along with that. I think this one is tremendously powerful. I think one that's got a lot of center mass and dimension. I think one that's got a ton of turn to its rib shape there. I think for me, that one wants to get a little straight in the angle of its hock. I think that one just wants to get a little questionable in terms of the design of its rear leg. If we could just get that one more flexible off either end, I'd certainly sought that one up a couple spots there. But a really nice one, especially in terms of making some muscular ones on down the road. Another really complete one. I guess stylistically similar to our second place one here. Long-bodied one that's got some turn and curvature to her rib cage there. I think one that's got a level top when she wants to cooperate. One that's really feminine through her front 1/3. For me, there's just not enough of this one here. I think that one gets a little shorter coupled. It gets a little more moderate in terms of its overall design. And I think one that just gets a little straighter off either end. If we could stouten this one up and really match that big rib cage into its shoulder blade there, I think that would be a really nice female. Just for me, just having a tough time getting that one to cooperate with her. If that one could be sounder off either end, that'd be a really nice one there. Really interesting one here, rounding out our top 5. I think one that's got some shapeliness and some power. As that one wants to flex and push, that one shows some expressiveness through its rear 1/3 there. A really nice and opened up one again. Has some center mass, has some dimension, has some cow power to her. I just wish we could clean that one up through her front 1/3, make that one more attractive in the bottom portion of her chest, tie that one into its shoulder, into its neck in a more attractive manner. The two that round out this class, I think, are extremely similar in the way they're put together. I think maybe they carry a little bit too much breastbone and chest plate for me. We need to tidy those up in their front 1/3. I think just in terms of angularity and structural correctness, though, they both fit the mold of what we're looking for. I think just attractiveness, they need to be stoutened up as well. But two really nice females to round out this class. Let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 3 yearling does. First place, Mary Bird. Second place, Ashlyn Bowl. Third place, Lucia Taylor. Fourth place, Julia Graber. And fifth place, Olivia Havarilla. Entering the arena at this time is Class 4 yearling does. These exhibitors are Charlotte Sloan, Bentley Gibson, Eden Myers, Reed Etling, Cora Shepard, Eden Myers, Cora Shepard. We need Class 5 yearling does to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Paisley Watrin, Zoe Land, Tegan Tislin, Julia Best, Rowdy Etling, and Jake Bunting. We need Class 6 yearling does to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Brennan Wolfer, Sam Oth, Paisley Jackson, Sadie Wolfer, Theo Pope, and Samantha Wood.
Really nice one. I think it admittedly probably fits my style as well as anything we've seen in this yearling division. I think this one is big-footed, big-boned. I think is extremely opened up in her chest floor. I think that one's got a lot of power down its top line. Is extremely opened up in her skeleton. And like I said, the most undeniable thing about this one is just the circumference of foot and bone this one stands on, while still being structurally correct and attractive from the profile there. Really easy place to lead off. Two of them that are extremely similar here in second and third, and I think for me the young lady's paint dough is more correct in terms of the angle of its rear leg. I like how feminine this one is through its front 1/3 and how level that one is in its top line, especially when she gets that thing stuck. That thing is so deep-sided, extremely opened up in its center portion of its body. I think transitions better from that shoulder into that forerib and is smoother in its transitions than the one in second place there. Young lady's doing a good job getting that one shown as well. Nice one there in second. The one here in third, I think, is the longest bodied of that initial trio. I think the one that probably is maybe the least problem one in the top three there. I think one that's opened up in her chest floor. I think just for me, there's just some things as far as attractiveness that we need to clean up. That one needs to balance better. Maybe be soggier and softer in the lower portion of that one's middle section there. And I think that one could just get off its hind two just slightly better, especially compared to those ones in front of it. But that's just an extremely complete and easy feeding kind of female that'll hang around for a long time. Young man's here in fourth. I think you could match this one up with our class winner just in terms of density and power and how wide this one is in its skeleton. I think that one is one that just reads with a tremendous amount of width in the center portion of its body. Just for me, that one reads a little more moderate. I think that one gets a little just finer in its bone work there, and I think that one just needs to be elevated and lengthened out and more feminine through her front 1/3 there. Just for me, I'm not a fan of the moderate ones so much. I like a little bit of grow in there, and I think if you're in a production setting, if you ever had to reach inside one of these and pull a kid out, I think that's where that one just becomes a problem for me there. But a really nice one, really dense one that's got some breeding pieces there for the young man. It will be interesting to see some kids out of that one on down the road. I think the trio that follows, I think are all extremely similar in their type and kind. Maybe get a little plainer in their overall design. I think they're all deep-sided ones. I think they're all kind of somewhat read like they're correct in their build. But for me, just on down the line, we just got to make this one more attractive and tighten that one tied up. Young lady's here, I think just a little questionable in the way that one gets off its rear too there. I'll give her the benefit of the doubt and say that's an injury there instead of something that's structural. Just for me, just slightly concerning. We could just freshen that one up in her overall appearance. And the young man rounding out the class here, we need to open that one up in its skeleton. That one's just strictly too narrow for me at the ground. If we could dense that one up and open that one up in its structure, that'd be a really attractive female there. So let's give them all a nice round of applause. Really impressive class winner at the top side of this one.
Congratulations, Class 4 yearling does. First place, Eden Myers. Second place, Cora Shepard. Third place, Eden Myers. Fourth place, Reed Etling. And fifth place, Cora Shepard. Entering the arena at this time is Class 5 yearling does. These exhibitors are Paisley Watrin, Zoe Land, Tegan Tislin, Julia Best, Rowdy Etling, and Jake Bunting. We need Class 6 yearling does to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Brennan Wolfer, Sam Oth, Paisley Jackson, Sadie Wolfer, Theo Pope, and Samantha Wood. We need all first and second place winners for classes 1 through 4 to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Class 1, first place, Jace Cox Accord. Second place, Kaylee Rout. Class 2, first place, Henry Gray. Second place, Grant Liming. Class 3, first place, Mary Bird. Second place, Addison Bowl. And Class 4, first place, Eden Myers. Second place, Cora Shepard.
Really nice pair to lead off this class here. I think for me, the one that leads off this class does so just strictly off structural integrity and soundness. I think this one is extremely opened up in its chest floor, a really stout one. I think one that reads with a lot of skeletal width, and I think for me, the one that has the most reach out of its front 1/3 as compared to our second place one. I like the angle of this one's shoulder as compared to our second place one, and I really appreciate the breastbone and chest plate of this one, how refined that is and how attractive that one is from a front, from a 3/4 view from the front there. Really nice way to lead off this class. I think from that, you just got to find this young man's here in second. One that's long-bodied, one that's deep-sided. I think for me, though, comparatively to the class winner, just wants to get a little restricted off either end. I think that one gets a little choppy in terms of its rear step. I don't know if that one reaches with as much spread as that one in front of it there. That one just gets a little straighter off either end, and I think if we could change that one, give that one more flexibility, I think that one could get around that one in front of it there. But two really nice ones that are extremely similar stylistically. The one of the three, I think that's the one that projects with more growth, and I think she'll continue to get bigger. I know we're getting into some older ages here, but that's certainly a really productive female there. It's got some deep-sided, it's got some power. Man, that thing's got a lot of foot and bone to that one. I like the angle of that one's hock and how it ties into the lower portion of her pastern there. I think for me, though, from the front 1/3 moving up, I think that one gets a little plainer at the top of its shoulder, wants to push that spine out of its shoulder blades ever so slightly. And again, I think one that we could just dense that one up in its front 1/3 there. I think that one, though, as compared to those ones in front of it, just not powerful enough to get up and compete with those. In her own right, though, is a really attractive female that's got some flexibility off either end with probably the best hind leg in the class. The one that comes next is similar to that one in front of it there. Really deep-sided one. I think this one's sound enough out of its front 1/3. I think as we transition backwards, though, that one from its lower leg tying into its hock and then into its pastern, we could give more appropriate flexibility. I think when we get in behind this one, it wants to turn out in the lower portion of its foot. I think when that one gets on the move, wants to roll out on the outside of its hoof there out of its hind too. But along with that, though, comes a big, stout, and powerful hip. I think that's where this one surfaces of the remainder there, is that one is big top. That one handles with some width and dimension down her top line. I think for me, we just need to change the angle of that one's rear hock and into its hoof there. But a really nice one there in her own right. The two that round out this class, I think two really productive females. I think they just ran into a really complete and powerful type of class here. And we just need to stouten these ones up. And personally, I think they need to be more attractive from the profile. But obviously, two productive ones, especially with the young man's rounding out the class. Looks like she's already started her productive career. Let's give these two exhibitors a nice round of applause, especially for the ones leaving the ring there, too. Really nice group.
Congratulations, Class 5 yearling does. First place, Rowdy Etling. Second place, Tegan Tislin. Third place, Julia Best. Fourth place, Paisley Watron. And fifth place, Zoe Land. Entering the arena is Class 6 yearling does. These exhibitors are Brennan Woofer, Sam Oth, Paisley Jackson, Sadie Woofer, Theo Pope, and Samantha Wood. We need all first and second place winners from classes 1 through 5 to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Class 1, first place, Jace Cox Accord. Second place, Kaylee Rott. Class 2, first place, Henry Gray. Second place, Grant Liming. Class 3, first place, Mary Bird. Second place, Addison Bowl. Class 4, first place, Eden Myers. Second place, Cora Shepard. And Class 5, first place, Rowdy Etling. Second place, Tegan Tislin. Please be making your way outside the arena.
I think when we get into these heavier weights, it just kind of falls into personal preference for me. I think the young ladies up front here is the most structurally correct one of this top trio. I think the one that's extremely opened up in her chest floor. I appreciate how wide and dense this one is in her skeleton. I think this one reads with the most amount of genuine shape, and what I mean by that is this one's not carrying as much condition as those ones behind it, but I still think that one has as much muscle as anyone that comes next. I like the hip and hind leg in this one. Just a really productive, easy feeding female there for the young lady there to start this class off. Awfully close here for second and third, and I think I'm going to err on just hind leg structure is what sorts this pair. Young lady's black-headed, though, is the one that's more appropriate in the way her hip ties into her skeleton. I think carries the most amount of genuine shape through the middle portion of her body as well. And I think for me, when we step off to the side, is more feminine and attractive from the profile. I think that one just kind of follows suit the type and kind of our class winner. A big, burly, dense one. I think one that'll make some productive kids on down the road, or she probably already has. I think one that's opened up in her chest floor. I think for me, though, and it's just personal preference, just carrying too much condition, I think that one just gets a little too fleshy in her makeup. I think that one gets a little too heavy in the front portion of her body there. But that's a big boned one. That's a big ribbed one. Really nice and stout and powerful female there. Young lady coming next here has one. I think if we're analyzing center portions, I think this one has a really attractive middle portion of her body, really deep and soft from the profile there. I think for me, though, when we analyze that hind leg, that one wants to just push her hocks into the center portion of her body there. I think that one just wants to push her toes out ever so slightly. I don't know if that one stands on enough substance of bone for me as well. Just wants to get a little plain in terms of her design through her front 1/3 there. Somewhat of a similar story as we work on down the line. We think we have two of them here that are just carrying a little too much condition for me today. I don't know if they're the most complete ones in this class, just in terms of structure. We could tie their top lines together better. I think we could just get these ones just a little more fluid out on the move as well. But a really good group of them there. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Be interesting to see that class winner in with the other class winners out here.
Congratulations, Class 6 yearling does. First place, Sam Oth. Second place, Paisley Jackson. Third place, Samantha Wood. Fourth place, Brennan Wolfer. And fifth place, Sadie Wolfer. Entering the arena at this time is all first place yearling does. These exhibitors are Jace Cox Accord, Henry Gray, Mary Bird, Eden Myers, Rowdy Etling, Tegan Tislin, and Paisley Jackson. Sam Oth. We also have the second place winners entering the arena. These exhibitors are Chloe Rott, Grant Liming, Addison Bowl, Cora Shepard, Tegan Tislin, and Paisley Jackson.
Let's give these yearling doe exhibitors a nice round of applause. There's a really nice group from top to bottom here. I think there's three that surface, and I think they're all relatively close together just in terms of weight, in terms of age, I'd assume. And I think when we get in through and analyze these guys, I think just from a production setting and a production standpoint, I think there's a lot of things we can fall back on, and it kind of depends on where your preferences lie. I think for me, there's two of them that are extremely complete. I think there's two of them that just follow in type and kind, and I think there's one that just gets left out just in terms of being an outlier. And in my book, I think just being a little too terminal out here today. With that being said, the two young men out of the 5th class will be your grand reserve. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations, Grand Champion Yearling Doe, Rowdy Etling. Reserve Champion Yearling Doe, Tegan Tislin. We need Class 1 senior does to be making their way to the arena at this time. These exhibitors are Haley Winling, Jackson Broyles, Olivia Havarilla, Crosby Benjamin, and Stella Nidenchuk. We need Class 2 senior does to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Charlotte Sloan, Bryce Baker, James King, Jackson Broyles, and Henry Gray. Jackson Broyles, please be making your way to the show arena at this time. Entering the arena at this time is Class 1 senior does. These exhibitors are Jackson Broyles, Olivia Havarilla, Crosby Benjamin, and Stella Nidenchuk. We need Class 2 senior does to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Charlotte Sloan, Bryce Baker, James King, Jackson Broyles, and Henry Gray. We need Class 3 senior does to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Bentley Rich, Bryce Baker, Kiara Moe, Miranda Jones, and James King.
nice group to lead off this division here. I think just a super complete kind of female to lead this off. One that's got some power and shapeliness down his top line. I think one that's got some center mass and dimension as well. If we're to critique this one, do our second place one in this class, I read this one to be a little bit more moderate, maybe finer in its bone work, but certainly the most complete one in this class in terms of structure and muscularity. The one that comes next, I think, is probably the soundest one in this class, just in terms of flexibility off either end. I think one that's got more grow and profile than the one that comes in front of it there. One that's deep-sided. For me, when we get in behind this one, just not as stout and opened up as our class winner, but certainly one that patterns extremely well, extremely attractive from the profile as well for the young man. Doing a good job getting that one shown. One coming next is extremely long-bodied. You like how the body shape and cavity of this one. I think from the side, that's where this one's strength lies, as this one balances up extremely well from the profile. I think one that's extremely long-necked. For me, I think just a similar story to that one in front of it. We got to stouten this one up. And I think for me, that one wants to run downhill from the top of its hip to the top of its shoulder. If we could get that slightly corrected, I think that'd be an awfully good female for the young man there. The one rounding out this class, it stands on the biggest circumference of foot and bone. I think she's doing an excellent job getting this one shown. Is extremely wide and opened up in its chest floor. I think has a tremendous amount of turn to its rib cage there. I think for me, when we get to the profile, this one doesn't balance up quite as well as the ones in front of it. Gets a little shallow in the rear portion of its belly and midsection there, and gets a little deeper and heavier chested there as compared to the rest of its body. But certainly one that has a lot of power and bone to it. Just need to clean that one up from an attractiveness standpoint. Let's give them all a nice round of applause. Really good class.
Congratulations, Class 1 Senior Does. First place, Olivia Havarilla. Second place, Jackson Broyles. Third place, Crosby Benjamin. And fourth place, Stella Ninenchuk. Entering the arena at this time is Class 2 Senior Does. These exhibitors are Charlotte Sloan, James King, Jackson Broyles, and Henry Gray. We need Class 3 Senior Does to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Bentley Rich, Bryce Baker, Kiera Moe, Miranda Jones, and James King. We need Class 4 Senior Does to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Eden Myers, Olivia Sloan, Brennan Wolfer, Kaylee Rott, and Olivia Havarilla. Just a reminder, if you do not have a blue wristband on, you cannot be in the animal side of the home in a barn. You must have a blue wristband to be on the animal side of the home and barn. You are more than welcome to come to the stands and watch the show.
I really like these two that lead off this class. I think for me, the one that's the most attractive from the profile, the one that's the longest bodied one, and I think the one that has the most interesting pin set to it is the one that leads off this class here. One that's deep-sided, one that's already transitioning her way into production. Looks like she's doing so fairly comfortably as well. Really logical way to lead off this class in my opinion. If you want one that's got some grow, that bounces up extremely well from the profile, has an extremely attractive hind leg, and I think working from that hip down into that hock is more appropriate than the one that leads off this class. I think comparatively this one is deeper sided as compared to the one that wins this class. For me, when we get in behind and analyze this one, not as stout and opened up along the top side of her skeleton. I don't think that one's quite as attractive through her front 1/3 and refined in her head shape and her throat shape as well. But a really nice one there in second place. I really like that pair to lead off this class. Young man's red one here, I think, is one that's just ultra structurally sound. I think one that's got a big foot and bone underneath it there. I think one that moves around the ring as free as anything in this class. For me, gets a little uncoordinated in its front 1/3 though. I think we could clean that one up in his chest floor. We can make that one a shot more feminine. I think we could just drop that one in his shoulder blade as well. I think that one gets a little tall shouldered from the profile for me, but an ultra nice one from the profile for the young man. Bounces up extremely well. Another one's got a tremendous amount of foot and bone like I mentioned before. Really nice third place one there. Young lady rounding out this class has one I think that bounces up extremely well from the profile. I think gets a little laborsome off either end for me. I think if that front leg were cleaned up just a little bit, I think if that one were just freer moving, that would maybe find a place up higher in this class. But for me, just one that reads slightly more terminal as compared to those ones in front of it. And again, just the structural issues that we're kind of seeing out here with just some laborsome movement for the young lady there. Let's give them all a nice round of applause. Really good class.
Congratulations, Class 2 Senior Does. First place, James King. Second place, Henry Gray. Third place, Jackson Broyles. And fourth place, Charlotte Sloan. Entering the arena at this time is Class 3 Senior Does. These exhibitors are Bentley Rich, Bryce Baker, Kiera Moe, Miranda Jones, and James King. We need Class 4 Senior Does to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Eden Myers, Olivia Sloan, Brennan Woofer, Kaylee Rott, Olivia Havarilla, and Haley Windling. We need Class 5 Senior Joes to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Lucia Taylor, Sadie Woofer, Jake Bunting, and Paisley Jackson.
Nice way to lead off this class with the young man's red doe here. I think one extremely complete in terms of its design. I think one that's ultra maternal in terms of the way it's put together with the swoop to that one's middle section there. I think one that's blown apart in the center portion of its body. I think that's just an ultra complete one. Just in terms of structure and femininity, I think that one just ties all the pieces together in the most appropriate fashion for me. If you want the longest bodied, deepest sided one in the class, I think you have to default to the young man's here in second. For me, if we're just getting nitpicky on this one as compared to our class winner, not quite as appropriate in the way that one's hips tied together. I think that one just gets a little uncoordinated in terms of the angle of its hip. I think that one gets a little deep in the bottom portion of his chest as well. Doesn't balance up quite as nice as the young man's there in front of him, but two really nice females lead off this class. Really good job getting those presented to us. I think one you gotta either take first or third in this class. I think if this one suits your type of having a big-footed, big-boned one here that's extremely attractive through the front 1/3, I think you gotta sort this one up. I think this one is as structurally correct as they sound, as they come. I think that one's as sound as they come. I think for me, when we get in behind this one is where you get disappointed. Wants to flatten out in its rib cage there, not quite as opened up in the center portion of its chest floor. I think just one though, if you want to start from base level, I think that one's one you can continue to layer muscle and power onto and continue to get some structurally correct kids on down the road there. The two that round out the class, I think, are two of them that are just really complete kind of females. Definitely ones that have found their way into a productive level here. I think for me, though, we just got to clean them up just in terms of femininity. I think for me, we just got to stouten them up as well. But two really good females as we round out this class. Really nice duo to start off this class as well. Let's give all those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 3 Senior Does. First place, Bentley Rich. Second place, James King. Third place, Miranda Jones. Fourth place, Kira Moe. And fifth place, Bryce Baker. Entering the arena at this time is Class 4 Breeding Senior Does. These exhibitors are Eden Myers, Olivia Sloan, Brennan Wolfer, Kaylee Rott, and Haley Windling. We need Class 5 Senior Does to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Lucia Taylor, Sadie Woofer, Jake Bunting, Paisley Jackson, and Olivia Havarilla. We need all first and second place winners from classes 1 through 3 to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Class 1, first place, Olivia Havarilla. Second place, Jackson Broyles. Class 2, first place, James King. Second place, Henry Gray. In Class 3, first place, Bentley Rich. Second place, James King.
I really like this female here, and I think one that's just a little quicker to sort, just in terms of how these goats kind of fit together. One that's tremendously stout, one that's tremendously sound, and I think just kind of puts all the pieces together for me as being the most complete one and most correct one in this class. Really easy way to start off this class here. Young lady in second has one. It's a bigger outlined one, a higher performing one as compared to our class winner. Maybe one that carries more depth of side and circumference of bone. I think for me, just not as attractive from the profile. Just doesn't tie in from her rack into her shoulder blade quite as well as that one in front of her. If we could just clean this one up through her front 1/3, I think that one would get around our class winner. But for me, just not as complete, not as attractive from the profile as that one that leads off this class. A tremendously stout one here, another one that's got some foot and leg and bone and has some forearm shape to her. I think when you get in behind this one is the best look of this goat, as that one is stout and opened up in her skeleton. I think for me, just reads a little bit more moderate, not quite as growy as those two or high performing as those two in front of it. Maybe gets a little rigid in her top line as well. I think if we could clean this one up, again, similar to that one in front of it through her front 1/3, get that one's neck and shoulder to tie in and cooperate just a little bit better, that'd be a really awesome goat. But for me, just not quite as complete as those two that lead off this class. The two that rounded out, I think, are two ultra-complete, ultra-competitive females. Just run into a really tough class out here. I think for me, they just get a little plainer in their overall design, not quite as structurally correct off their hind two. I think for me, just not as attractive and feminine through their front 1/3 either. But two really good females to round out this class. Let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 4 Senior Does. First place, Haley Windling. Second place, Olivia Sloan. Third place, Eden Myers. Fourth place, Brennan Wolfer. And fifth place, Kaylee Rott. Entering the arena at this time is Class 5 Senior Does. These exhibitors are Lucia Taylor, Sadie Wolfer, Jake Bunting, and Paisley Jackson, and Olivia Havarilla. We need all first and second place winners from classes 1 through 4 to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Class 1, first place, Olivia Havarilla. Second place, Jackson Broyles. Class 2, first place, James King. Second place, Henry Gray. Class 3, first place, Bentley Rich. Second place, James King. And Class 4, first place, Haley Windling. Second place, Olivia Stone. Please be making your way outside the show arena.
Two high-capacity females to lead off this class, and I think for me the more complete one in terms of structural correctness and overall design will be the young ladies up front here. I think the one that carries the more amount of genuine width through her body, I think that one's skeleton and horn set reads like that one is the stouter one of the two. When we boil some of this condition off of them, I think that's the one we find just in terms of structural integrity. I like the way that one carries her top line and her spine and how that one ties into an extremely correct rear hip for the young lady there. Really nice one to lead off this class. I think one, if you're looking for one that just has some raw power and dimension, it's the young man's here in second. I think that one along its top line is the widest of anything in this class. I think that one stands on the most amount of foot and bone as well. Just for me though, when we analyze this one from the profile, doesn't balance up quite as well, doesn't tie into her shoulder from that rack as quite as well as that class winner there. Not quite as refined through her front 1/3 either, but certainly one that has a tremendous amount of width and power. In a commercial setting, that one will definitely spit out some really stout and cracked open ones there on down the road. Really attractive one from the profile here to round out our top three. I think one that's got a lot of center mass and dimension. I think the one that's the most shapely in the center portion of her body. I think for me, that one gets a little shorter coupled and a little straighter off either end. Not one that ties into her top line quite as nice as our class winner either, but certainly one you appreciate the neck set out of that one's shoulder blade. You like how that one tracks straight. I think that one's toes all point the right direction. One that's definitely opened up in its rib cage there as well. Just for me, we got to change that thing, make that thing more fluid and reach slightly longer off either end, but a really nice one there in third. The one coming in fourth, I think, is extremely structurally correct. One that's extremely attractive and balanced is up nice from the profile there. For me, when we get in behind this one, just not enough of her. I think that one needs to be stoutened up in her design. One that needs to transition better from her shoulder into her forerib. I think one that needs to just tie in better from her shoulder blade into the top side of her spine there as well. But a really nice one there. One that rounds out the class, my compliments to you. This is a really nice female here, really productive one, really big and explosive through the center portion of her body there. I think for me, just get straighter off either end, maybe reads slightly earlier maturing than those ones in front of it, reads more moderate in terms of its design as well, but certainly a nice one, definitely one you want to keep around and keep in production there for young lady. Let's give her a nice round of applause, really nice group of kids out here.
Congratulations, Class 5 Senior Does. First place, Paisley Jackson. Second place, Jake Bunting. Third place, Lucia Taylor. Fourth place, Olivia Havarilla. And fifth place, Sadie Woofer. Entering the arena at this time is all first place winners for Senior Does. These exhibitors are Olivia Havarilla, James King, Bentley Rich, Haley Windling, and Paisley Jackson. Also entering the arena is all second place winners. These exhibitors are Jackson Broyles, Henry Gray, James King, Olivia Sloan, and Jake Bunting. We need Grand and Reserve Junior and Yearling Doe to be making their way to the show arena at this time. These exhibitors are Grand Junior Doe, Tegan Tislin, Grand Reserve Junior Doe, Leah Collins, Grand Yearling Doe, Rowdy Etling, Reserve Yearling Doe, Tegan Tislin. This is also a reminder we will be doing Dam and Daughter at the conclusion of the overall Doe Drive. If you would like to show and have not signed up, you are more than welcome to just come to the arena when your class is called.
Really nice group of mature females here. I think as we analyze these guys, I don't need to spend too much time with these, as I think there's two of them that surface fairly easily in my mind. I think both reading with the most amount of power of anything in this group, and I think being the most structurally correct off either end. I think the more we analyze these guys, again, like I said, there's two of them that pair up extremely nicely, and we're going to keep them together. Young lady in the black will be your champion. Young lady out of the heaviest class will be your reserve. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations, Grand Senior Doe, Haley Windling. Reserve Senior Doe, Paisley Jackson. Entering the arena at this time is Grand and Reserve Junior, Yearling, and Senior Does. These exhibitors are Tegan Tislin, Rowdy Etling, Haley Windling, Leah Collins, Tegan Tislin, and Paisley Jackson. We need the Dam and Daughters to be making their way to the show arena at this time. These exhibitors are Crosby Benjamin, James King, Paisley Jackson, Britton Woofer, and Sadie Woofer.
Well, let's give a nice round of applause to all our Doe exhibitors today, as well as the kids in the ring out here. I think for me, it gets a little difficult here as we get through and sort through these guys and kind of depends on where your priorities lie. And I think for me, there's two of them that certainly suit kind of what I'm trying to do and make some stout ones while still keeping them functional and attractive from the profile there. I think on down the line, there's just some females for me that get a little too uncoordinated in terms of their design, not quite as put together as our Grandin Reserve. Without further ado, I think we're going to keep our two junior ones together. Young man will be champion, young lady will be your reserve. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Really excellent group of does.
Congratulations, Grand Overall Doe, Tegan Tislin. Reserve Overall Doe, Leah Collins. We need all dam and daughter to be making their way to the arena at this. There will not be a break between the Doe Show and the Market Show. We will not be doing a break. We will be going straight into the Market Show. We need Class 1 Market Dairy Weathers to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Abigail Masterson, Maya Minning, Ted Jeffers, Melanie Greason, and Ashlyn Bowl. Please be getting ready in the barn. Entering the arena at this time is the Damon Daughters.
Let's put our hands together for these dam and daughter groups here. I think a really good group of them definitely deserve some appreciation out here on ringside. I think as we work our way down the line, I think there's a couple of them to me that just surface just in terms of quality and maternal characteristics that carry on to the next generation. I think there's two of them. We're just going to get you a grand in reserve. I think just some things that I'm looking for is just structural correctness, having some breeding ability and some knowledge to continue to improve upon your herd at home there. And I think we want to see that female standing off to the side of that dam to be better than the one that it came from. In theory, is always the goal. So let's put our hands together. I'm going to go out and shake the hand of your grand and reserve champions.
Congratulations, Grand Dam and Daughter Paisley Jackson. Congratulations, Reserve Dam and Daughter Haley Windling. We need Class 1 Market Dairy Weathers to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Abigail Masterson, Maya Minning, Ted Jeffers, Melanie Greason, Ashlyn Bowl, and Eiley Masterson. We need Class 2 Market Dairy Weathers to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Melanie Greason, Elizabeth Jeffers, Gabriel Garrett, Lillian Greason, and Paisley Watron. Entering the arena at this time is Class 1 Market Dairy Weathers. These exhibitors are Abigail Masterson, Maya Minning, Ted Jeffers, Melanie Greason, Ashlyn Bowl, and Eiley Masterson. We need Class 2 Market Dairy Weathers to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Melanie Greason, Elizabeth Jeffers, Gabriel Garrett, Lillian Greason, and Paisley Watron.
fairly logical group as we get into our dairy market goat class here. I think the young ladies up front, to me, is the one that handles with the most semblance of power and muscle down its top line. I think carries the most appropriate amount of cover on the outside of that one's rib cage as well. Just fed to a really excellent point there for the young lady. Really logical way to lead off this class. I think the young man here with the kind of the brown and shaded black colored one here is one that's extremely long bodied. I think one that handles with some power down his top line, maybe a little greener to the touch, not quite as much cover on the outside of its rib cages compared to our class winner. I also think that one gets a little shallower made in the center portion of its body there, but certainly one that has enough semblance of power to find its way up into this top pair here. Compliments to the young man. The ones in 3 and 4 are extremely similar in their type and kind, and I think for me the one that leads off this pair is the most correct one in terms of its build. I think has the most amount of power down its top line of this pair here. You can see that one has a little bit of forearm developing as well. You really like to see that in these dairy market goats there, but one that has some power, one that finds its way into third fairly logically in my opinion. 1 and 4th, as we mentioned, similar in type and kind to the one in third here. I think for me has some cover, has done an excellent job with the feed bucket there, just not as stout and powerful along its top line there to get up above those ones in front of it. The two that round out this class to me, I think are the ones that are just the flattest and the narrowest ones in this class. I think they did a good job getting these things fed. Just for me, when we get them behind them, there's just not enough of them to find them any higher today. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Really good group to start off this class.
Congratulations, Class 1 Dairy Market Weathers. First place, Ashlyn Bowl. Second place, Ted Jeffers. Third place, Eiley Masterson. Fourth place, Melanie Greason. And fifth place, Maya Minning. We need Class 2 Dairy Market Weathers to be entering the arena at this time. These exhibitors are Melanie Greason, Elizabeth Jeffers, Gabriel Garrett, Lillian Greason, and Paisley Watrin. Grace Odell, if you are in the barn, can you please come up to the announcer stand? Grace Odell. We need Class 1 of underweight market weathers to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Grace Odell. We also need Class 1 of market goats to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Haley Snyder, Elliot Beach, Echo Shaw, Brenna McSwain, Henry Gray, and Abrina Bowling Brandenburg.
Really nice one to lead off this trio. I think one that's to an appropriate level of condition, one that's not showing too many sets of ribs in there. I think one that has some structural width as well, especially for the breed that it's bringing to us. I like the way she gets that one presented. I like the way that one handles down its top line with some expressiveness and some power. Shows some turn to that one's rear quarter as well. Really nice, fairly logical way to lead off this class. Compliments to her. Nice one here in second. I think for me, the one that handles with as much power as our class winner, maybe shows more dimension through the middle portion of its body. I think for me, comparatively, this one's not as coordinated in its shoulder. I don't know if that one ties into its neck quite as well as the one in front of it. And for me, it doesn't handle as much power as that one in front of it as well, but a really nice one to just kind of logically find its way into second place in this class. really long-bodied, really cool pinned one here. I think one that has some power. I think one that handles with some dimension. I think you can see that one starting to fill in with some fat deposits there in its chest floor as well. So a really good job with the feed bucket there. I think comparatively to the ones in front of it, just not as wide, not as stout, doesn't handle with as much power. The two that round out this class, I think, are two of them that, again, just need to be stoutened up. When we get in behind these ones, there's just not enough of them as we analyze these guys as market goats. If we get stouting these guys up, they'd certainly find their way up a little bit higher. Let's give all them a nice round of applause for a really good group of dairy market goats.
Congratulations, Class 2 Dairy Market Weathers. First place, Paisley Watrin. Second place, Lillian Greason. Third place, Gabrielle Garrett. Fourth place, Melanie Greason. And fifth place, Elizabeth Jeffers. We need first and second place winners from classes 1 and 2 to be making their way into the show arena. These exhibitors are first place, Ashlyn Bowl. Second place, Ted Jeffers. Class 2, first place, Paisley Watrin. Second place, Lillian Greason. We need third place winners from classes 1 and 2 to also be outside the arena. These exhibitors are Class 1, Eiley Masterson. Class 2, Gabrielle Garrett.
A really nice group of dairy market weathers as a whole. I think you could go a few different ways with this one. I think for me, the grand champion's pretty clear cut, and it gets awfully tight for second and third there. And I think we got a few extra options here for third if you wanted to go any deeper there. But I think for me, what it boils down to is just sheer product, having some muscle, having some shapeliness to them. And I think from there, there's one that suits my taste the most. Young lady of the second class will be your champion. We're going to follow her with the young lady out of the first class for your reserve, and the young lady out of the reserve out of your second class, she'll be your third overall. Let's give all those exhibitors a really nice round of applause. Really good group of animals out here. Good job, buddy. Congratulations. Good job, miss. Good job showing, man.
Congratulations, Grand Champion Dairy Weather, Paisley Watrin. Reserve Champion, Ashlyn Bowl. Third overall, Lillian Greason. Fourth overall, Gabrielle Garrett. And fifth overall, Ted Jeffers. Entering the arena at this time is Class 1 of underweight market goats. These exhibitors are Grace Odell.
A really nice underweight entry here, and I think just reading this one off maturity pattern, certainly no fault of her own. This one just reads like it's substantially younger than anything we've seen today. I think one that patterns extremely well, one that's sound at the ground, and I think one that has the potential to layer on some muscle on down the road if she chooses to keep this one in her feed program. Let's give her a nice round of applause. Appreciate her bringing this one out here for me.
Congratulations, first place, Grace Odell. Entering the arena at this time is Class 1 market goats. These exhibitors are Haley Snyder, Elliott Beach, Echo Shaw, Brenna McSwain, Henry Gray, and Abrina Bowling Brandenburg. Entering the arena at this time is Class 1 market goats. These exhibitors are Haley Snyder, Elliott Beach, Echo Shaw, Brenna McSwain, Henry Gray, and Abrina Bowling Brandenburg. We need Class 2 market goats to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Kylan Cochran, Grant Liming, Evie Bartlett, Leah Collins, Paisley Watrin, and Riley Smith. We need Class 3 market goats to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Evie Bartlett, Marley Mining, Abrina Bowling Brandenburg, Kason Likens, Kiera Moe, Aubrey Johnson, and Olivia Gibson.
Really nice one to lead off this class. I think the one for me that handles with the most amount of power down his top line. I think the one that's put together in the most attractive package as well. Extremely sound off both ends. I think handles with some touch, and you appreciate the extra turn and power that one has to the outside of its hip. Really nice way to start off this weather show. Young lady in second here has one. I think from the profile, that's where this one looks the part. I think this one is extremely level in its lines. I think this one has some expressiveness to the outside of its hip as well. When we get on top and handle this one, not quite as opened up as the class winner there, but certainly one that can match up with it just in terms of design and pattern there. Really nice one in the second hole here. One in third, I think as we work our way backwards, a big featured one that stands with some semblance of circumference of bone. I think that one has a big hip in it as well. For me, just a little disappointing when we get on top and handle this one. Not quite as stout along that top line, not quite as opened up as those two in front of it. Young lady here having some troubles, but she's doing an excellent job sticking with it here. I think she is the one that carries the most amount of power to the outside of its leg. I think the one, though, for me, that just narrows up at the top side of its skeleton, that one needs to be opened up in the middle portion of its belly as well. But a really nice stout one there, really big quartered one there for the young lady there. She's doing a good job getting that one shown and presented to us. Young lady rounding out our top five has one that's extremely long-bodied. I'd argue say probably the highest performing one in this class. I think the one that shows the most power on the outside of its forearm there. For me, just disappointing when we get on top of this one. Not quite as much power in turn to that one's rear quarter as compared to the ones in front of it, but a really nice goat nonetheless. Similar story to the one rounding out this class. A really long-bodied one, really structurally correct one. I think for me, just needs to be opened up and stoutened up to compete with those ones in front of it. Let's give them all a nice round of applause. Really good way to lead off this weather show.
Congratulations, Class 1. First place, Henry Gray. Second place, Haley Snyder. Third place, Elliott Beach. Fourth place, Brenna McSwain. And fifth place, Abrina Bowling Brandenburg. Entering the arena at this time is Class 2 market goats. These exhibitors are Kylan Cochran, Grant Liming, Evie Bartlett, Leah Collins, and Riley Smith. We need Class 3 market goats to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Evie Bartlett, Marley Mining, Abrina Bowling Brandenburg, Kaysen Likens, Kiera Moe, Aubrey Johnson, and Olivia Gibson. We need Class 4 market goats to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Courtney Donovan, Chloe Rott, McKinley Fishback, Cinder Shaw, Reagan Trummer, Bryce Baker, and Haley Moe. Just a reminder, the sales trailer is opened. You have up until 1 hour at the conclusion of the show to consign any market goats up for the sale.
Interesting pair up top here, and I think in a judging contest setting, it'd be a pretty narrow cut on this one here. I think for me, I just kind of close my eyes and let my hands do the talking on this one. I think along the top line, that one's extremely expressive. I think that one's more opened up and green to the touch, especially at this day and age and in this class and this specific division. I think I'll opt for the one that's greener to the touch, harder to the handle. I think one that carries more power and substance of bone down to the lower portion of its leg. I like the hip and hind leg in this one as well. I don't know if I read this one to a higher end point than the one here, but I'm to assume that this is a county fair and this is the end point, so we're going to err with the young man's up front here to lead off this class. Really kind of interesting one to really think about and study and analyze here for the young lady. One that's extremely interesting in its pattern. I think one that's as structurally correct as they come. I like how attractive and extended that one is through its front 1/3. I think this one has better days ahead, and if I'm to assume things, I assume that one will be out on the show path for a long time, as that one is still extremely green. I think for me, they're just not as expressive along that top line. Wants to flatten out in its rack shape as compared to the one in front of it, and I think for me, comparatively speaking, in terms of structure and design, I don't love this one at the top of its shoulder and the way it ties into its neck. If we could get that one to level out and run uphill just a little bit more than it does now, I think that's going to be an awfully competitive one on down the road. I think today just ran into the wrong goat in the wrong class, but a really nice one there for the young lady, doing an excellent job getting that one presented to us. Nice one here in third. I think logically just slots into this position here. I think one that has some semblance of power as compared to its contemporaries here left standing in the ring. I think has some power and handle along its top line. I think stands on a nice circumference of foot and bone. I think one that's sound as it gets out on the move. Compared to the ones in front of it, just a little plainer in its overall design, not as powerful down its top line, not as opened up in its chest floor, not as refined in its shoulder blade and its neck junction as well, but a really nice one nonetheless. The two that round out the class, I think, are two of them that just get a little plainer in their overall design, just a little flatter in terms of their muscle pattern, not quite as expressive down their top line. In a lightweight class, for me, that's just slightly concerning, so we find them down here. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Really nice top duo to lead off this class.
Congratulations, Class 2, first place, Grant Liming. Second place, Leah Collins. Third place, Kylan Cochran. Fourth place, Evie Bartlett. And fifth place, Riley Smith. Entering the arena at this time is Class 3 market goats. These exhibitors are Evie Bartlett, Marley Minning, Abrina Bowling Brandenburg, Kason Likens, Kiera Moe, Aubrey Johnson, and Olivia Gibson. We need Class 4 market goats to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Courtney Donovan, Chloe Rott, McKinley Fishback, Cinder Shaw, Reagan Trummer, Bryce Baker, and Haley Moe. We need Class 5 market goats to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Elizabeth Lindsay, Kaylee Rott, Ellen Matthews, Bentley Gibson, Mary Bird, and Logan Harless. Are you ready now, first and second? Sorry, I just hit you. We'd like to thank our sponsors again for tonight. Those are Southern Ohio Equipment Services, Howerton Construction, Lisa and Ricky Napier, John and Stephanie Kaufman, Rochelle and Calvin Bowling, Jason and Megan Walker, R.L. Etling Farms, Baker Family Farms, Trummer Family, Tislin Family, Snyder Family, Rigney Family, Baker Penny, Sherry Kelly, in memory of Robert Kelly, Liming Limousine Cattle, Justin and Betsy Talby, Equine Club, and in memory of Trish and Ariel Brandenburg. Thank you.
A difficult class to sort, admittedly. I think when we get in and really start to analyze these guys and just really get our hands on top of them and handle them and really see kind of what's layered underneath that skin there, I think the one up front here just kind of finds itself to the top. I don't know if that one's the most attractive from the profile to look at, but I think that one is the most expressive in its rear quarter. I think that one carries the most amount of width along its top there. I don't know if it's the most expressive in its overall muscle pattern, but certainly one that's carrying the most amount of product inside that skeleton there. I think that one just kind of logically finds their way to the top. I think the more we look through this class, the more you kind of appreciate this kind of spotted flanked one here in second. I think one that's got some shapeliness down its top line. I think one that's more expressive as compared to our class winner, just not quite as dense and wide as we get on top of that one and handle it compared to our class winner. I don't know if that one carries as much power and turn to the rear portion of that one's quarter as well, but just kind of a logical one to fall into second there. Young lady here is still doing an excellent job getting that one shown, and she certainly got some competition from her showmanship class. Long-bodied, deep-sided, one that's structurally sound as we get that one out on the move. I think one that handles with some power, especially as compared to the ones on down the line. I think the one that's just the most appropriate in terms of its condition level and structure. I think just kind of the complete package just to fall into third place here. Young man in 4, I think, brings us one for me that's just kind of the problem child of this group. I think one that has some shapeliness down its top line. I think one that's expansive in its loin. For me, the rack just doesn't match up with that. I think from the profile, that one wants to just get off balance, wants to run downhill, get a little deeper in the point of its chest as compared to the point of its flank there. I think if we could just level this one out, that one would find its way up higher today. But for me, just not structurally correct, not attractive enough from the profile, and doesn't have the added handle to push its way up any higher. The remaining trio, as we work our way through, I think 3 of them that are extremely similar in their type and kind. I don't know if there's any faults in them in terms of their design. For me, it's when we get in behind them and analyze them, they're not opened up enough. They're not stout enough along their top line. If we could blow these things apart, add some muscle on top of that nice skeleton they all have, then we'd get them a little higher today. But let's give them all a nice round of applause. Really good class here.
Congratulations, Class 3. First place, Olivia Gibson. Second place, Kira Moe. Third place, Abrina Bowling Brandenburg. Fourth place, Kason Likens. And fifth place, Evie Bartlett. Entering the arena is Class 4 Market Goats. These exhibitors are Courtney Donovan, Chloe Rott, McKinley Fishback, Cinder Shaw, Reagan Trummer, Bryce Baker, and Haley Moe. We need Class 5 Market Goats to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Elizabeth Lindsay, Kaylee Rott, Ellen Matthews, Bentley Gibson, Mary Bird, and Logan Harless. We need first and second place winners from classes 1, 2, and 3 to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Class 1, first place, Henry Gray, second place, Haley Snyder, Class 2, first place, Grant Liming, second place, Leah Collins, and Class 3, first place, Olivia Gibson, second place, Kira Moe. Please be getting ready in the barn.
Another somewhat difficult class to read, and I think an even more difficult one to sort. I think just for me, just in terms of handle, in terms of power along his top line, I think we just kind of land on the young ladies up front here. That one's not the most attractive to look at from the profile, and I'll be honest with you, just a little bit difficult to read in terms of its rack shape there, as that one really wants to give up from its shoulder into its rack there. I wish we could just tie that one together, and that would be a no-brainer here to win this class. Just for me, really difficult to look at from the profile for being candid on that one. A nice brown one here comes next. I think where the first place one here lets us down is where the brown one here makes it up. I think this one is extremely good looking from the profile there, level in its top. I like how this one's assembled and designed. I think for me though, just the issue, when we get on top and handle this one, just a disappointing amount of power as compared to our class winner. Not as much turn to the edge of that loin, not as opened up in terms of its rack, but certainly one that's designed right. I think one that's built extremely well. Really nice one to look at there for the young man. I think for me, before we got on top and handled this one, this was the class winner. I think this one's patterned extremely well. You like how this one's set up and opened up. This one is in its skeleton, carries a nice strong forearm and a nice turn to its hind leg there. For me, extremely disappointed when we got on top and handled that one. Just gave up in terms of its muscle pattern along its top line. I wish that one was more opened up in its rack. I wish that one handled with more power out of its loin there. But a really nice pattern one there. I think one that could potentially get up there ahead of those two if this fair is at a later date there. But a really nice one there in third. Similar story to the one in fourth here. I think a really excellent pattern one. I think one that stands with some width at the ground. For me, doesn't match it along its top line. Gets a little plainer in the way it's put together through its front 1/3. And I think for me, just gets a little rounder off either end. If we could just clean that one up and stouten that one up, that'd be an extremely impressive goat on down the line. One here in four, I think, or one here in five, I think for me is one that's opened up. I think that will have some skeletal width, is similar to those ones in front of it there. I just don't know if this one has enough power along its top line. I think one that gets a little plainer in terms of its design. I don't know if this one's as structurally correct as those ones that lead off the class there, but a really good one nonetheless. As we round out this class, just two of them here that just need stoutened up. I think two of them that get a little plainer in terms of their design and get a little flatter in terms of their muscle pattern. Just need to stouten these guys up in a muscle set in a market setting. We just need to layer more muscle on the outside of those skeletons there. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause for a really good class there.
Congratulations, Class 4. First place, Haley Moe. Second place, Bryce Baker. Third place, Courtney Donovan. Fourth place, Cinder Shaw. And fifth place, McKinley Fishback. Entering the arena at this time is Class 5 market goats. These exhibitors are Elizabeth Lindsay, Kaylee Rott, Ellen Matthews, Bentley Gibson, Mary Bird, and Logan Harless. We need all first and second place winners from classes 1 through 4 to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Class 1, first place, Henry Gray. Second place, Haley Snyder. Class 2, first place, Grant Liming. Second place, Leah Collins. Class 3, first place, Olivia Gibson. Second place, Kiara Moe. And Class 4, first place, Haley Moe. Second place, Bryce Baker. We also need third places from 1 through 4 to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Class 1, third place, Elliot Beach. Class 2, third place, Kylan Cochran. Class 3, third place, Abrina Bowling Brandenburg. And Class 4, third place, Courtney Donovan. Please be getting ready in the barn. We need third places from those classes to be making their way up to the arena as well.
two stout and powerful ones to lead off this class here. I think for me, the one that's the more expressive in terms of its muscle pattern, I think the one that carries more true dimension and shapeliness into the rear portion of its body will be the young ladies that leads off here. I think that one handles and touches extremely hard. I like the added depth aside of this one as compared to the one in second place there. One that's got a big old foot and bone on it. I think if we're to correct this one as compared to our second place one, maybe not quite as coordinated and comfortable off its front two, but certainly one that has enough power to overcome that. Really nice way to lead off this class. Young man in second here, I was extremely impressed when I got my hands on top of this one. Compliments to you for having an excellent feed plan at home there. I think this one is the stoutest one in this class. Is probably the most genuinely wide one at the ground. I think for me, though, gets a little finer in its bone work there. I think it's a little straighter off the rear end there. Just wants to run downhill, and I don't know if that one's as expressive on the outside of its leg, not as pulled apart, stifle to stifle, but certainly one, if we're talking loin shape or we're talking rack shape, that one's as powerful as anything out here. Compliments to you there. A doe that's admittedly a little more difficult to read for me. I think one that's extremely sound as she gets that one out on the move. One that's deep-sided. I think one that's got some power and is the most powerful of the remaining goats in this class. I think for me, as we get that one out there and compare that to the ones in front of it, not quite as acceptable in terms of its top line there. Gets a little lazy in its spine, especially as we work from that rack into that shoulder blade there. And just not quite as cooperative there for the young lady as well. When we get on top and handle it, not as expansive in its loin as compared to those two in front of it there. But nonetheless, a really neat patterned one there for the young lady. As we round out this class, I think there's a few of them out here that have some muscle shape, have some shapeliness on top of them there. However, in my opinion, in this lightweight division, I think we're carrying just a little bit too much flesh and condition and cover for my liking. If we got these ones to handle a little bit harder, more expansive to the touch, I think they'd find their way up in this respective class. But nonetheless, let's give them a nice round of applause. Really good top end of this class.
Congratulations, Class 5. First place, Ellen Matthews. Second place, Logan Harless. Third place, Kaylee Rott. Fourth place, Mary Bird. And fifth place, Elizabeth Lindsay. Entering the arena at this time is all first and second lightweight goats. These exhibitors are Henry Gray, Haley Snyder, Grant Liming, Leah Collins, Olivia Gibson, Kiera Moe, Haley Moe, Bryce Baker, Ellen Matthews, and Logan Harless. We need third place winners from classes 1 through 5 to be outside the arena at this time. These exhibitors are Class 1, third place, Elliott Beach. Class 2, third place, Kylan Cochran. Class 3, third place, Abrina Bowling Brandenburg. Class 4, third place, Courtney Donovan. And Class 5, third place, Kaylee Rott. Please be outside the show arena.
A really excellent group, I think, as far as our lightweight division goes. I think there's some awfully competitive classes out there, and I'll let you know that we're certainly going to be working deep into some of these classes is what I'm kind of thinking here as we get through and analyze these guys. I think there's a few of them that just match up in terms of muscle texture and tone while still laying it onto a sound and and functional pattern there. And I think, there's a few of them out here that just suit my taste a little bit more than the others. I personally appreciate a good, attractive one from the side that's level in their lines, and I think shows some expressiveness and handle down their top line. I think from there it gets awfully difficult as we get through our top four, kind of for what our fifth place will be. But in my mind, I think it's fairly logical as we sort through these guys. Let's give them a nice round of applause. I'll go shake the hand of your top five of your lightweight division.
Kylan Cochran, please be entering the show arena. Congratulations, Grant Limey, Grand Champion Lightweight. Congratulations, Reserve Champion Lightweight, Leah Collins. Congratulations, third overall lightweight, Ellen Matthews. Kaylee Rao, please be entering the show arena. We need Class 6 market goats to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Serena Paget, Crosby Benjamin, Kylie Pike, Noah Graham, Sophie Oth, and Isabel Applegate. Congratulations, fourth overall lightweight, Logan Harless. All other goats are dismissed except Class 6. Congratulations, fifth overall lightweight, Haley Moe. Kylan Cochran. We need Class 6 market goats to be outside the show arena. We need Class 7 to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Brennan Wolfer, Josie Benjamin, Briley Clem, McKenna Seibert, Sam Oth, Courtney Donovan, Kennedy Schneider, and Kenley Likens. Entering the arena at this time as Class 6 market goats, these exhibitors are Serena Paget, Crosby Benjamin, Kylie Pike, Noah Graham, Sophie Oth, and Isabel Applegate. We need Class 7 market goats to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Brennan Wolfer, Josie Benjamin, Briley Clem, McKenna Seibert, Sam Oth, Courtney Donovan, Kennedy Schneider, and Kenley Likens. We need Class 8 market goats to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Carla Evans, Tanner Denton, Kennedy Schneider, Chloe Burke, Sophie Oth, Addison Bowl, Josh Graber, and Aubrey Johnson. Please be getting ready in the barn.
Nice one to lead off this class. I think for me, just the attractiveness from the profile, the elevation through that one's front 1/3, and that big old hip strapped onto that big top line is the reasons we kind of sort this one up to the top. I think this one's the most complete one in the class, and it doesn't hurt that I think that one handles with the most amount of power in this class as well. I think for me, just a really easy way to lead off this class. One in second here for me is the more difficult one to read. I think this one's skeleton is appropriate for his size. I think this one's flexible off either end. I don't know if this one's as coordinated off its hind two as the one that comes in front of it. I don't know if that one handles with as much mass and power in that rack and into that loin as compared to our class winner. But in its own right, I think that one is constructed wide at the ground. I think that one handles with some power along his top line. Young man's doing a good job getting that one shown to us as well. Close pair here for 3 and 4 for me. I think the one that we just land on is the more complete of the two. The one that's more elevated through its front 1/3. I think that one handles with more green power to it as well. I think that one's got a more appropriate turn to its rear leg. Just a kind of easy one to slot into the 3-hole here. Just a really good showman as a whole as well. As we work our way down the line, we just have some goats, I think, for me, that just need to be redesigned in terms of their functionality. I think they get a little plain and common through their front 1/3. I wish we could just stouten those ones up as we get in behind them and handle them. But I think along with that, they all track correct at the ground. They're all flexible in their lower angles. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Really good way to lead off this division.
Congratulations, Class 6, first place, Kylie Pike. Second place, Crosby Benjamin. Third place, Noah Graham. Fourth place, Sophie Oth. And fifth place, Serena Paget. Entering the arena at this time is Class 7 market goats. These exhibitors are Brennan Wolfer, Josie Benjamin, Briley Clem, McKenna Seibert, Sam Oth, Courtney Donovan, Kennedy Schneider, and Kenley Likens. We need Class 8 market goats to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Carla Evans, Tanner Denton, Kennedy Schneider, Chloe Burke, Sophie Oth, Addison Bowl, Josh Graber, and Aubrey Johnson. We need Class 9 market goats to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Wesley Tucker, Camden Ryan, Easton Jennings, Kiera Moe, and Tanner Denton.
I think, admittedly, fairly difficult to get a good read on this goat here. I think when she had this one set up on this side of the ring and had that one kind of driving and bracing against her, I think it gave us a really good look. I appreciate the hip and the power this one carries through the top side of its skeleton there. I think this is just the most complete goat in the class in terms of carcass characteristics, in terms of being designed well from the side. Kind of difficult to tell when it gets up in the air like that. I really do prefer them to be closer to the ground and set up. I want to see those level lines. I want to see that one presented to us. Again, I'm not trying to tell you how to show. That's just how I prefer to look at them, but a really logical place to lead off this class in my opinion. The one here coming in second is one that's extremely big-footed, extremely big bone. I think matches that with some power up top. I think this one, just in terms of a carcass contest, I think this one would compete with that one in front of it. In terms of a design contest, we could clean that one up through its front 1/3. I think we could refine that one through its chest floor there, give that one more attractive front 1/3. Tighten that one up in its hide. I think it could get above that one in front of it there, but just strictly talking muscle and power, I think this one's got enough of it to find itself right here, second in this class. One that comes in third, Young Shown, when she gets that one set up and squared away, one that balances extremely well from the side. I think one that's got some expressiveness and power along its top line. I think for me, the difference in this one, climbing up any higher today, is when we get into that hip and analyze that one working backwards, not quite as deep into that twist, not quite as expressive in its muscle pattern as we work from those pin bones down to that hock joint there. I think we could just stouten that one up in its rear quarter and it would find its way higher today, but a really good one nonetheless. Young lady here is doing a good job sticking with this one as well. Somewhat of a different story as compared to the one in front of it. This thing's got a big pin in it. This thing's got some expressiveness into its rear quarter. I think for me, just disappointing when we got on top and handled this one. Just wanted to flatten out in its rack shape, not quite as dense in its loin. I think this one gets a little plain from the profile as well. And I think for me, structurally, as we get that one out on the move, needs to be strengthened in its rear pasterns, but certainly one that's got some shapeliness and some product packed into that skeleton there for the young lady. I think for me, the one that hit me, just kind of one as I read to be extremely wide skeleton, one that's extremely rugged in terms of its bone work. I think this one is extremely nice to look at from the profile when she does get it set up. I think for me, though, the disappointing part, when we get on top and handle it, this one's just pushing past midnight in terms of condition. As you see that one getting a little wasty through its chest floor, getting a little loose in its hide. But I think one that's got some structural width, just wish we could green this one up in terms of its condition there to move itself any higher today. As we work on down the line, just some similar things we've been harping on all day. We just need to change some things structurally and from the profile for a few of these guys. And when we get in behind these guys, just need to stouten them up to the handle and to the touch. Need to green them up to the touch in some cases as well. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Doing an excellent job getting these things shown.
Congratulations, Class 7. First place, Briley Clem. Second place, Courtney Donovan. Third place, Josie Benjamin. Fourth place, Brennan Wolfer. And fifth place, Kinley Likens. Entering the arena at this time is Class 8 market goats. These exhibitors are Carla Evans, Tanner Denton, Kennedy Schneider, Chloe Burke, Sophie Oth, Addison Bowl, Josh Graber, and Aubrey Johnson. We need Class 9 market goats to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Wesley Tucker, Camden Ryan, Easton Jennings, Kiera Moe, and Tanner Denton. We need Class 10 market goats to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Haley Snyder, Brielle Cochran, Maya Minning, Wesley Tucker, Bryce Baker, Jake Bunting, Kaylee Rott, and Haley Windling.
extremely stout made, expressive pattern one. I think that's opened up in her chest floor. I think she does a really good job getting this one stuck and presented to us. When she gets that one to brace, it ties that top line together. I appreciate that. I appreciate the big hip in this one. Appreciate how deep she carries that muscle pattern into the lower portion of her quarter, how much power that one has on the outside of its leg, and matches it with the big forearm up front. I don't know if this one's perfect structurally. As I mentioned, that one's top line just wants to get a little lazy on her. I don't know if it ties in super well to the top side of its shoulder there, and I think that one gets a little messy in terms of how that breastbone ties in to that one's shoulder blade there. But you can't deny the carcass qualities in this one. Tremendous handling one. Young lady's doing a good job getting that one shown and presented to us. Difficult decision for me in 2 and 3. I think the one that has the most amount of saleable product, is still expressive and still somewhat green to the touch, will be the young man's here in second. I think when that one really gets to brace and drive and cooperate with him, that thing's got some power down its top line. That thing's got some shape to its rear quarter. I think for me, as compared to the one in front of it, doesn't balance up quite as well from the profile. Wants to get a little looser in its hide. I think we could tighten that one up just in terms of its design and its skin coat there. But a nice one, and we'll let him get out of the ring while that one keeps fighting him there. Young lady in third here has one that's wide constructed. I think from a skeleton standpoint, I like this one as much as anything in the class. For me, just a little disappointing as we get on top of that one, especially right behind that shoulder blade, as that one wants to flatten out on the top side of its ribs there. I don't know if that one's as expressive in its loin and its overall muscle pattern as compared to the ones in front of it, but certainly one that's designed right from the ground up. Just wish we could layer more true, genuine shape on top of that one as well. The ones on down the line, I think we can talk them all as a group because I think they're all extremely similar in terms of what we need to change in each of them. We just get a little soft to the touch. As we get up into these heavier weights and we keep progressing farther into the show, we just need to tighten some of these up and green some of these guys up. Belted one here is built extremely well, doesn't handle with enough power. Young lady here with the solid white one just gets a little too terminal, not quite as powerful and shapely through her rear quarter. And the three that we kind of round out the class with just need more shapeliness along their top line to get up and compete with those powerful ones up that won this class. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Really good group of kids and a really good group of goats.
Congratulations, Class 8. First place, Carla Evans. Second place, Josh Graber. Third place, Addison Bowl. Fourth place, Tanner Denton. And fifth place, Kennedy Schneider. Entering the arena at this time is Class 9 Market Goats. These exhibitors are Wesley Tucker, Camden Ryan, Easton Jennings, Kiera Moe, and Tanner Denton. We need Class 10 Market Goats to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Haley Snyder, Brielle Cochran, Maya Minning, Wesley Tucker, Bryce Baker, Jake Bunting, Kaylee Rott, and Haley Windling. We need Class 11 Market Goats to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Alexis Harless, Eden Myers, Emma Brandenburg, Kylie Pike, Grant Liming, Bentley Gibson, Grace Odell, and Preston Graham.
Another difficult class, and I think ringside, if you're looking at them from my perspective, you're probably kind of scratching your head and wondering what's going on out here. I think for me, the doe that leads off this class does so. I think that one just overpowers this one in second place here, just strictly in handle. You see the expressiveness down the top line of this one. This thing is incredibly square racked. I think that one's got an incredible loin on top of that one. So deep in its loin, long bodied. I think this one's built extremely well from the side. It's clearly not as attractive as the young man's here in second. I think this one's patterned extremely well. This one's patterned as good as they come. But for me, the one that hit the feed bucket the best, the one that handles the best, I think bar none is the freshest handled one in this class. Will be the young ladies to lead off. I think does so just strictly based off handle. Hey, if we're doing a looks contest and if we're doing one that's just playing the part, I think the young man's in second here wins this class fairly easily in terms of design, in terms of structure, and in terms of looking like a show goat should. I think for me, that's where we get disappointed. When we get on top and handle this one, just flattens out severely as compared to our class winner. I think even looking at this one's hind hip, when that one gets out on the move, doesn't carry himself with a tight hide like I like to see. That one gets a little loose in terms of its muscle structure as compared to the one in front of it in this class. I think that one just handles and flattens out in a disappointing manner, to be honest with you, as I expected this one to be the hardest handled one in the class. But he's doing a good job getting that one shown. Again, you really appreciate the structure in this one. You really appreciate the width of skeleton in this one. Just wish we matched that shapeliness, that width of skeleton with some genuine shape down his top line there. Two really interesting ones to get on top and handle there. Compliments to both of them there. Two really nice goats. Young lady in third here, I think just runs into a really difficult class. I think one that has some shapeliness down his top line, not as much as the young lady's doe that leads off the class. I think one that's designed well, but not as well as the young man's in second there. I think it just logically slides into third place here. Bounces up well from the side, tracks extremely well on the lead. I think handles with some power, especially compared to the ones on down the line here. Just a good logical one to find itself into third place in this class. The two that we round out the class with, in my opinion, just need to be stoutened up. I think they both pattern extremely well. I know we've hit on this continuous times today, but two of them that really sound as they fill in their tracks as they get out and move, just not opened up enough as we get behind and handle these guys. Compliments to both of them, compliments to the top end of this class. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 9. First place, Kira Moe. Second place, Easton Jennings. Third place, Camden Ryan. Fourth place, Wesley Tucker. And fifth place, Tanner Denton. Entering the arena at this time is Class 10 Market Goats. These exhibitors are Haley Snyder, Brielle Cochran, Maya Menning, Wesley Tucker, Bryce Baker, Jake Bunting, Kaylee Rott, and Haley Windling. We need Class 11 Market Goats to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Alexis Harless, Eden Myers, Emma Brandenburg, Kylie Pike, Grant Liming, Bentley Gibson, Grace Odell, and Preston Graham. We need all first, second, and third place winners from classes 6 through 9 to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Class 6, first place, Kylie Pike. Second place, Crosby Benjamin. Third place, Noah Graham. Class 7, first place, Briley Clem. Second place, Courtney Donovan. Third place, Josie Benjamin. Class 8, first place, Carla Evans. Second place, Josh Graber. Third place, Addison Bowl. And Class 9, first place, Kira Moe. Second place, Easton Jennings. And third place, Camden Ryan. Please be getting ready in the barn.
I think the hardest class we've had to sort all day. I think regardless of species or what class we're showing, and I think this one is the most difficult. I think you could probably rearrange this class maybe first to sixth if you really wanted to. I think for me the one we lead off with is the most opened up in his chest floor. I think the greenest to the touch along his top line, and I think carries the most amount of power into the rear portion of its skeleton there. I like how this one balances up from the profile. I just don't know if we can punch a hole in this one as compared to the rest of the class here. And I think logically you just have to continue sorting this one up to the top until there's nowhere left to go. So we lead off with that one here to begin this class. One here for me that's it's extremely difficult to read, and I think as the day goes on, I think some of these goats are wanting to cooperate less and less. But I think the one as she walked in the ring was one that hit me as the most attractive one in the class, the one that was the soundest off either end. And I think as we continue to show them, that one just wanted to just fall apart in terms of its front end structure for me. I don't know if that one is as hard to handle as that one in front of it there. I think that one just flattens out in its rack similar to the one in front of it. I don't know if that one has enough loin shape to get around the front of it either, but certainly one in its own right looks the best out on the lead. Is extremely sound off either end. Just need to rearrange how that one's top line's put together, in my opinion there. Another difficult one to read. I think the young lady here is doing a good job sticking with it. I think if we could get a solid brace out of this one, we could probably side this one up a couple places. For me, it's just super difficult to read these ones along their top lines and really get a good firm grasp on how these things actually handle without that extra pushback. I think that one has some foot and bone to it. I think that one is structurally sound. Just for me, I don't know if we get the optimal look out of this one that we're looking for here, but I think that one has enough pieces there to find itself into third. Young man, I think if this was a showmanship class, you'd win this one, kind of running away with it. You do the best job of getting the look out of your goat here. I think one that balances up extremely well from the profile. I like the pin set in this one. I like the hip and hind leg in this one. For me, just disappointed as we get on top of that one. Not as expansive along its loin edge there. Just wants to flatten out at the point of its rack. And I think one that just gets a little common and playing up through its front 1/3. A little big and tall at the point of its blade. I just wish we could just maybe refine this one just a little bit in terms of its design and blow this one apart from behind. I think admittedly the one that hit me extremely hard will be the young ladies in fifth here. I think one that's wide in its skeleton. I think one that's got some power in that loin there. I think just for me, that one wants to fall apart as we analyze that one from a shoulder into its rack there. I think one that's just not as coordinated off either end. I think structurally this one leaves a lot to be desired, just the way its pelvis sits on top of its skeleton there and ties into its spine. But one that handles with some power. You see the expressiveness, you see the punch in that one stifle. Just wish there was more of it. Just wish that one was a little easier to look at from the profile there. But that's an awfully nice, good handle and goat there for the young lady. As you work on down the line, again, some ones that are structurally complete, I think it's hard to punch a hole in these guys as they get out on the move. Again, when we get them behind these guys or analyze them from the 3/4, they want to narrow up in their chest bone there. They don't get as opened up or wide in their skeleton as compared to the ones in front of them there. They don't handle with as much power as compared to the ones in front of them. Nonetheless, a really good set of goats here. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 10. First place, Haley Wendling. Second place, Kaylee Rout. Third place, Haley Snyder. Fourth place, Jake Bunting. And fifth place, Brielle Cochran. Entering the arena at this time is Class 11 market goats. These exhibitors are Alexis Harless, Eden Myers, Emma Brandenburg, Kylie Pike, Grant Liming, Bentley Gibson, Grace Odell, and Preston Graham. We need all first, second, and third place winners to be making their way to the show arena at this time. These exhibitors are Class 6, first place, Kylie Pike, second place, Crosby Benjamin, third place, Noah Graham, Class 7, first place, Briley Clem, second place, Courtney Donovan, third place, Josie Benjamin, Class 8, first place, Carla Evans, second place, Josh Graber. Third place, Addison Bowl. Class 9, first place, Kiera Moe. Second place, Easton Jennings. Third place, Camden Ryan. Class 10, first place, Haley Windling. Second place, Kaylee Rout. And third place, Haley Snyder.
Boy, really kind of a decision maker goat up here. I think one that just comes out and kind of demands to win this class, I think fairly handily in my opinion as well. That one's perfect to the touch. I think that one is extremely expansive in its muscle pattern. I think one that sets up with a really square and sound base. She's doing an excellent job getting that one shown to us as well. I don't think we need to waste her time in this ring. She wins this class running away with it. The two young people out here in second and third, don't get me wrong, these are extremely good goats, and I think if they were in any other class, they'd certainly be up there in contention to win this. It gets really competitive here, especially with this one up front here, just being a little more uncooperative here. When she gets that one set up and bracing against her, right there is an excellent look where that one is level top. That one is open in its skeleton. That one has a really impressive muscle texture to it. I don't know if that one's as opened up as we analyze this one from the three-quarter, from that shoulder into that forerib as compared to this young man's third. I don't know if that one's as impressive in its forearm as compared to the one standing in third. But certainly one, when she gets that one to cooperate, gives you a really excellent look, gives you an excellent handle. I think the depth of loin is really the decision maker between the two of them here. A really nice one there in second. I think the one in third here at times gives me a really awesome look from the side. When that one wants to start shoving its head forward, gets a little uncoordinated in its top line here. I think the young man, again, is an excellent showman. I think just this one here, its spine needs to be slightly more comfortable as compared to the one in front of it. I think this one gets a little softer in its overall design as compared to the two in front of it as well. And for me, the big difference here is when we work that hip backwards. That one doesn't carry as much power from a pin set to the outside of its hock. That one doesn't carry as much shapeliness from stifle to stifle, but certainly one that's constructed wide, one that has a ton of rib shape and dimension. As we mentioned, I appreciate the transition of this one's shoulder into its forerib. A really nice trio of goats there. I really like these top three here as we come back into our drive here into our next class. Young lady here in fourth, my apologies to you. You ran into a really difficult class. This one here is attractive from the profile. Big hip, big pin. I think one that's long-bodied. I think that one that handles fresh. You're doing a good job getting that one shown to us as well. For me, just run into a really difficult top trio there. As we work our way on down the line, I think we have some competitive ones just in terms of muscle structure and design. I think just strictly off handle is kind of how we sort these last few here. Expressive muscled one here. Wish we could clean that one up in its design. Another one that just softens out, but I appreciate the design in that one. And the two that round out this class just flatten out and soften up in terms of their top lines there. If we could get some more expressiveness into either one of these, we could work our way up in this class. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Really impressive top trio in this class.
Congratulations, Class 11. First place, Emma Brandenburg. Second place, Eden Myers. Third place, Grant Liming. Fourth place, Alexis Harless. And fifth place, Bentley Gibson. Entering the arena at this time is all first and second middleweight winners. These exhibitors are Class 6, first place, Kylie Pike. Second place, Crosby Benjamin. Class 7, first place, Briley Clem. Second place, Courtney Donovan. Class 8, first place, Carla Evans. Second place, Josh Graber. Class 9, first place, Kira Moe. Second place, Easton Jennings. Class 10, first place, Haley Windling. Second place, Kaylee Rott. Class 11, first place, Emma Brandenburg. Second place, Eda Myers. Kylie Pike, please be making your way to the show arena. All third place winners for classes 6 through 11 need to be outside the arena at this time. These exhibitors are Noah Graham, Josie Benjamin, Addison Bowl, Camden Ryan, Haley Snyder, and Grant Liming. Please be outside the show arena.
Another really nice group of middleweights here, and I think the longer we work through these guys, I think there's a couple of them that surface to the top fairly easily, and not a super good card player, and I think I already tipped my hand just a little bit in that last class there. Let's put our hands together. I'm going to go out and pick you a top 5 in the middleweight division.
Congratulations, grand champion middleweight Emma Brandenburg. Entering the arena at this time is Grant Liming. Congratulations, reserve champion middleweight Eden Myers. Congratulations, third overall middleweight Grant Liming. All other goats are dismissed. The ones outside waiting to come in the show arena. Congratulations, fifth overall middleweight Kira Mo. We need class 12 market goats to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Camden Ryan, Brenna Walker, Lauren Foley, Nathan Applegate, Jace Cox Accord, Jace Cox Accord, and John Kaufman Jr. Just a reminder, you have 1 hour after the conclusion of this show to consign any market goats you would like to put in the sale at the sales trailer. It is opened as of right now. You have 1 hour after the show. You also have 1 hour after the show. If you would like to remove your goats tonight, please let Colby or Harley Brandenburg know before removing goats from the fairgrounds. Entering the arena at this time is Class 12 market goats. These exhibitors are Camden Ryan, Brenna Walker, Lauren Foley, Nathan Applegate, Jace Cox Accord, Jace Cox Accord, and John Kaufman Jr. We need class 13 market goats to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Lucia Taylor, Leah Collins, Sam Oth, Carla Evans, Savannah Pennington, Easton Jennings, and Emma Smith. We need class 14 market goats to be out getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Sadie Woofer, Julia Best, John Kaufman Jr., Josh Graber, Eden Myers, Libby Riley, and Brantley Clem. We would like to welcome our judge again tonight, Mr. Drew Boss. He's from Deschler, Ohio, where he owns and operates Black Swamp Boars. They maintain 50 does to raise show wethers and commercial does to show on the county, state, and national level. He also helps manage the show and sale cattle for his family's club calf operation, Sauter Farms. He is the current alumni advisor for the AGR Holiday Classic Cattle Show and formerly was a member of the director committee for the Ohio Cattlemen's Best Series and Ohio Beef Expo. He is a 2018 graduate of The Ohio State University, where he majored in agribusiness and applied economics. He also competed on the livestock judging team. Please give him a welcome.
Nice way to lead off this final division here. I think young lady's goat here for me is the one that's patterned the most appropriately. I appreciate that one's hip and hind leg, how flexible that one is at its lower angles. I like the way that one meets the ground, and I like especially the way that one meets my hand. That one's extremely expressive along its top line, still handles green along the top side of its body there. I think for me, though, this goat's more attractive as it shows closer to the ground, as we really get to appreciate how level that one is in its lines. When we get that one propped up in the air, makes that front end look just discombobulated. I don't think that one ties together as well. We have that one hanging in the air. If we let that one down just a little bit and we tuck that head back into its body, that's an extremely attractive goat from the profile there. Young man here in second has one. I think it's a feed bucket special. He does a really good job of getting this one fed. That one handles extremely well. I think for me, to compare to the one in front of it, that one gets a little heavier fronted. I think that one's just pushing a little bit too much shoulder blade for me. I don't know if that one's as neat and tidy through its front 1/3 as compared to our class winner, but certainly one you appreciate down its top line into its lower quarter, and a big old expansive hip in that one as well. Young man, excellent job with the feed bucket. I'd like to take a couple notes from you as you head home. Hey, you dropped his wristband somewhere in there too. Nice one there in third. I think one that young lady's shown some excellent resilience here, one that bounced around in showmanship and then back out here again. I think one that's extremely expressive in its muscle pattern, one that shows some power to the outside of his forearm there. I appreciate the rack shape in this one. Just wish we could get that loin shape moving backwards from its rib there to really blow apart and really fill my hand. I think that one just narrowed up, really deep loin, but just not wide enough and expansive enough to get ahead of those two in front of it there. But a really expressive rear quarter there. She's doing an excellent job sticking with that one as well. Young man here coming in four has one extremely attractive from the profile. I think this one has some better days ahead, as this one is extremely green to the touch, extremely green to the appearance. gets a little terminal in its shape, and I think if we soften this one up, would give us a more attractive look from the profile, even though it's already probably the soundest one in the class. I think this one, like I said, handles extremely green. Just wish there was more of it along its top line. Wish that one was more powerful and expansive as we got on top and handled that one, but doing an excellent job getting that one shown to us. Just wish there was more of it. I think on down the road, this one could be a competitive one if your fair was 3 weeks to a month from now. As we work our way down, we got a trio of them that all look fairly similar in terms of their color pattern. I think for me, they're all extremely similar in terms of the way they handle. Just get a little fleshy in terms of their design. I think we need to harden and stiffen these ones up just in terms of their muscle pattern. But a really good group of them here. Appreciate you guys getting them to a saleable weight and an appropriate weight for their frame score. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Really nice way to lead off this division.
Congratulations, Class 12. First place, Brenna Walker. Second place, Jace Cox Accord. Third place, Lauren Foley. Fourth place, Jace Cox Accord. And fifth place, Nathan Applegate. Entering the arena at this time is Class 13 Market Goats. These exhibitors are Lucia Taylor, Leah Collins, Sam Oth, Carla Evans, Savannah Pennington, Easton Jennings, and Emma Smith. We need Class 14 Market Goats to be getting ready to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Sadie Woofer, Julia Best, John Kaufman Jr., Josh Graber, Eden Myers, Libby Riley, and Brantley Clem. We need Class 15 Market Goats to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Preston Graham, Elizabeth Lindsay, Kenny Heflin, Paige Donaldson, and Briley Clem. Congratulations, Lucia Taylor, for reserve rated gain. She gained 0.54 pounds a day.
Really nice pattern goat to lead off this class. I think the one that just probably reaches out and demands to win this class just in terms of its pattern, in terms of its muscle structure and the way that one carries itself around the ring. I think that one is extremely big-footed. That one's sound as it gets out on the move, and I think that one's to an appropriate level of condition where smooth in its transitions, but still expressive down that top line. Really nice way to lead off this class. I think Young Man in second year has one that's just kind of a meat and potatoes type of goat. One that's extremely stout and powerful down its top line. One that carries some width and dimension to its forearm, carries a nice big hip, tucks it in fairly nicely into a really organized frame. I think for me, when we get these side by side, especially to our class winner, that one wants to get a little fleshy. You see that one just pushing a little bit of skin right at the peak of its neck there. I think we could tighten this one up in its hide. I think we could just clean this one up in its front 1/3 as well. I don't think it's quite as attractive from that first rib and from that shoulder tying into its neck and into its shoulder blade there. But certainly one, you can't deny the power in that one. got to find your way into second place with this one. Awfully difficult here for 3 and 4, and I think the more you study them, the young lady's goat here in 3 just kind of slowly finds her way into it. I think patterns similarly to the one in second there really opened up in its skeleton, really stout and powerful in the way that one carries some muscle into its lower joints there. I think for me, just not as big in its bone work, not as correct in the way that one ties together and along its top line as compared to the one in second place there, but certainly one that's got some muscle shape, got some feedability in that one. Compliments to you for doing a good job getting that one to stay green at this weight here. Young lady in 4, I think, has one that's just a little bit more difficult to look at from the profile here. I don't know if this one balances up as well as those ones in front of it, but certainly one that's extremely expressive in its muscle pattern as that one wants to plant and drive. That one handles with a tremendous amount of power. Just need to freshen this one up. I think we can make this one more flexible off either end as that one gets a little straighter in the angle of its shoulder, ties into its knee at just a little bit more of a rigid of an angle. I think we could just relax that one in its lower joints there. Certainly we find its way higher as well. Another good one worth mentioning here for the young lady, rounding out our top 5. I think one that's long-bodied. I think one that's tubular in its design, attractive from the profile, balances up extremely well. I think for me, just disappointed when we get on top and handle this one. Not as stout and opened up, not quite as defined along that top line as well, but a really nice pattern one there. The 2 that round out the class just have some structural things we need to change about them. We need to make them more flexible off either end. A young lady rounding out the class, apologies for that one, not feeling the best. Trying to keep that one off his feet as much as possible there. Just finds itself there just strictly off of muscle and touch there. Really nice class of them. Let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 13. First place, Leah Collins. Second place, Easton Jennings. Third place, Carla Evans. Fourth place, Lucia Taylor. And fifth place, Sam Hoth. Entering the arena is Class 14 market goats. These exhibitors are Sadie Woofer, Julia Best, John Kaufman Jr., Josh Graber, Eden Myers, Libby Riley, and Brantley Clem. We need Class 15 market goats to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Preston Graham, Elizabeth Lindsay, Kenny Heflin, Paige Donaldson, and Briley Clem. We need Class 16 market goats to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Walker Denton, Lucia Taylor, Samantha Wood, Jake Bunting, and Tegan Tislin.
A really nice way to lead off this class. I think one that just wins this class fairly handily. I think a super expressive one in its muscle pattern, really long-bodied one that's extremely sound as it gets out on the move, one that handles with enough power to kind of easily surface its way to the top in this class. Difficult decision here between 2 and 3. I think for me what it comes down to is just pattern and handle and touch, and I think the young ladies weather here just wins this pair just strictly off handle. I think that one's got a big hip in it. I think that one handles with more genuine width and dimension down its top line. I think one that's more attractive from the profile too, and she gets that one stuck and it cooperates with her. Really cool looking one from the side there. I think that one just kind of logically follows our class winner in terms of type and kind. Young man here in third, I think, has one that handles really well as compared to his contemporaries out here still. A really long-bodied one. I like the hip and hind leg in this one. For me, the top line doesn't tie in as well as those ones in front of it. If we could level that one out on his top line, just blow that one apart at the edge of its loin, I think that one would find its way higher in this class. But nonetheless, a really nice one there for the young man. Young lady here coming next. I appreciate her sticking with this goat here and really continuing to try hard and do well. I think the really long-bodied one that's deep-sided, has some expressiveness in its muscle pattern. I think for me, just not as attractive from the profile. That one doesn't want to balance up quite as well, not as cleanly through its front 1/3. And I think for me, just wants to set down on his pasterns at a little too soft of an angle for me to get any higher today. The ones as we work our way on down, just some ones that need some touch, need some handle, ones that need to be just harder and more expressive as we get on top and handle them. Maybe they're pushing a little bit more height or condition there. If we could just tighten these things up and harden these guys up, I think it'd do them a lot of good. But a really nice group top to bottom. Appreciate everyone sticking with me as the allergies start to catch up with me. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Really good group of them. Yeah, buddy.
Congratulations, Class 14. First place, Edith Julia Best. Third place, Brantley Clem. Fourth place, Libby Riley. And fifth place, Josh Graber. Entering the arena at this time is Class 15 market goats. These exhibitors are Preston Graham, Elizabeth Lindsay, Kenny Heflin, Paige Donaldson, and Briley Clem. We need Class 16 market goats to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Walker Denton, Lucia Taylor, Samantha Wood, Jake Bunting, and Tegan Tislin. Just a reminder, you have 1 hour at the conclusion of the Market Goat Show to consign your market goats up for this sale. You also have 1 hour after the show to pull your goats if you would like to take them home. You must notify Colby or Harley Brandenburg before doing so. We need first, second, and third place winners from classes 12 through 14 to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Brenna Walker, Jace Cox Accord, Lauren Foley, Leah Collins, Easton Jennings, Carla Evans, Eden Myers, Julia Best, and Brantley Clem. Please be getting ready in the barn.
Nice class, extremely interesting one with some talking points for sure. I think the one up front here that leads off this class, I think is probably the one that you just kind of fall back to in terms of being the one that handles it the most amount of power. But you get that one set up, it gives you an attractive enough look from the profile there. I think one that's just the most complete one in this class. Really hard to poke a hole in this one as it does handle hard along his top line. Really expressive in its lower quarter when she gets that one finally corralled there. But I really like that one just as a whole. Just kind of a fault-free kind of goat to lead off this class. The Dapple one coming next, I think it's the one that just follows in terms of type and kind and pattern. I think is the most attractive from the profile to look at. Extremely hard to the touch. Just don't know if there's enough of it to get ahead of that one in front of it. A little shallower in terms of the way it carries into its rear quarter, but certainly one that's expressive enough and wide enough along its top line while still being structurally correct and attractive for the profile to get above that one in third place there. One that really hit the feed bucket hard and really did an excellent job getting this one fed and making the most of this one here would be the young man in third. I think one that's extremely expressive and powerful along his top line. One that has a really nice, powerful, and expressive stifle and carries that into a lower, powerful lower rear quarter there. I think for me, when we get down and analyze this one on the profile, not quite as attractive through that front 1/3 as that spine. Just wants to push out of the top side of its shoulder there. Not quite as attractive and collective through its front 1/3. I think one that meets the ground, maybe a little bit straighter and more rigid as compared to the ones in front of it, but certainly one that's an excellent job with the feed bucket there. I think you hit that one super hard. I think you hit it right with that one in terms of your feed plan there. The two young people rounding out this class have two of them that are extremely structurally correct, both long-bodied from the side, both extremely attractive to look at from the profile. I think for me, when we get up behind these guys, just need to be opened up in terms of their skeleton. I think need to handle with more expressiveness along their top line. Let's give all of them a nice round of applause. Really interesting top trio.
Congratulations, Class 15. First place, Briley Clem. Second place, Kenny Heflin. Third place, Preston Graham. Fourth place, Elizabeth Lindsay. And fifth place, Paige Donaldson. Entering the show arena at this time is Class 16 Market Goats. These exhibitors are Walker Denton, Lucia Taylor, Samantha Wood, Jake Bunting, and Tegan Tislin. We would like to congratulate Lucia Taylor on winning Grand Champion rated gain, gaining 0.58 pounds a day. We need first, second, and third place winners from classes 12 through 15 to be making their way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Class 12, first place, Brenna Walker, second place, Jace Cox Accord, third place, Lauren Foley, Class 13, first place, Leah Collins, second place, Easton Jennings, third place, Carla Evans, Class 14, first place, Eden Myers, second place, Julia Bess, third place, Brantley Clem. In Class 15, first place, Briley Clem. Second place, Kenny Heflin. And third place, Preston Graham. Please be making your way outside the show arena. We need all the division grand reserve and third winners to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Derry Weathers, Grand, Paisley Watrin, Reserve, Ashlyn Bowl. Third, Lillian Greason. Lightweight, Grant Liming. Reserve, Leah Collins. Third, Ellen Matthews. Middleweight, Grand, Emma Brandenburg. Reserve, Eden Myers. Third, Grant Liming. Please be getting ready in the barn.
goat up front here that certainly benefits from having a good showman there. And I know he's going to eat my words there just a little bit, but a really nice goat when he gets that one propped up and presented to us. I appreciate how square that one is at the ground, the angle to that one's rear leg. And that one handles with the most amount of expressiveness and has the most appropriate amount of cover of anything in this class. Elevated through his front 1/3. I think that one really comes together extremely well on the standstill. A really nice one to lead off this class. Young lady here in second had one that really caught my eye in the way she had that one set up and presented to us over here on the rail here. When we got that one around to the profile, that one's front end just wants to get a little common and plain for me. We could elevate that one out of the top side of its shoulder there. We could really rearrange that one's shoulder, have it tie into its knee slightly better. But certainly one, as far as the feed bucket goes, you definitely checked all the boxes this year. That's a really hard handling. That's a really fresh made kind of goat there for the young lady. Just wish that one was a little balanced up a little bit better from the profile, maybe a little bit more correct on its hind too there. But a really good one just in terms of carcass characteristics there. Opposite story for the one in third here. I think the one that's extremely similar in terms of its pattern and its type and kind to our class sweater. Big open chest floor, really extended through its front 1/3. I think one that's extremely fluid as that one gets out on the move. For me, when we get on top and handle that one, not as expressive, especially in that rack shape as that one wants to flatten out into the edge of its rib cage there. But certainly one, you picked the one with the right pattern. We just got to get that one to stouten up. We got to feed some more power into that one on down the road. The three that round out this class, I think we have, they're all similar in terms of their type and kind, all long-bodied, big-footed ones, all big-boned and structurally correct ones in my opinion. I think for me, though, they're just carrying too much condition, especially relative to the amount of muscle they have layered on top of their skeleton there. If we can handle with more power and freshness along their top line, I can stand a little extra fleshiness down to their chest floor. I think for the remaining trio, though, we just get too narrow along their top line. They're not as expressive, not as opened up in their skeletons as compared to the ones in front of it. But nonetheless, excellent job with the feed bucket. Appreciate you guys getting these out here to an appropriate weight. Let's give all of these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Really good class.
Congratulations, Class 16. First place, Tegan Tislin. Second place, Lucia Taylor. Third place, Jake Bunting. Fourth place, Samantha Wood. Fifth place, Samantha Wood. Entering the arena at this time is all first and second place winners in the heavyweight division. These exhibitors are Brenna Walker, Jace Cox Accord, Leah Collins, Easton Jennings, Eden Myers, Julia Best, Briley Clem, Kenny Heflin, Tegan Tislin, Lucia Taylor.
Can we have Jace Cox Accord or a parent or guardian please come to the announcer stand immediately?
I know it's getting late, and we'll keep this moving here. I think for me, an awfully difficult division, a lot of differences in each of these class winners and class reserves here. I think there's definitely a couple of them that are super formidable just in terms of their structural integrity, as well as their muscle texture and power that they carry through the tops of their skeleton there. I think there's two of them that I really, really like, and I think from there it gets difficult between 5, 6, and 7, 5, 6, and 7 of them here as we're competing for a top 5 in this division. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. I'm going to go out and get you a champion in reserve from this division.
Congratulations, Grand Champion Heavyweight Leah Collins. Entering the arena at this time is Carla Evans. Congratulations, Reserve Champion Heavyweight Eden Myers. Entering the arena at this time is Brantley Clem. Congratulations, 3rd overall heavyweight Easton Jennings. Congratulations, 4th overall heavyweight Tegan Tislin. Congratulations, 4th overall heavyweight Brenna Walker. Fifth overall heavyweight is Brenna Walker. We need Grand Reserve and 3rd overall for all divisions to be outside the arena at this time. These exhibitors are Paisley Watrin, Ashlyn Bowl, Lillian Greason, Grant Liming, Leah Collins, Ellen Matthews, Emma Brandenburg, Eden Myers, Grant Liming, Leah Collins, Eden Myers, and Easton Jennings. Please be outside the show arena. Entering the arena at this time is all Grand and Reserve division winners. These exhibitors are Dairy Weather Grand Champion Paisley Watrin, Reserve Champion Ashlyn Bowl, Lightweight Grand Champion Grant Liming, Reserve Champion Leah Collins, Middleweight Grand Champion Emma Brandenburg, Reserve Champion Eden Myers, Heavyweight Grand Champion Leah Collins, Reserve Champion Eden Myers. We need all 3rd overalls for the divisions to be outside the arena.
Well, I want to thank everyone involved with the show for inviting me out and giving me the opportunity to sort through as good animals as these are standing out here. I think it's truly an honor every time I get asked for my opinion and some input, and I still think it's crazy that people want to listen to me on a microphone like this, but I don't take it for granted, that's for sure, and I hope none of these guys in the ring here take this for granted. You never know when it's going to be your last time being out here in the final drive, and it certainly is an impressive group of goats. I apologize if I took a little bit longer or we're staying out here a little bit later than necessary. I think it's super important that these things get a fair shake and a fair look and a fair handle, and giving some kids a couple opportunities to get their animal set up and presented to the best of their abilities. I think I know what kind of hard work and time it takes to go into raising some high quality animals like this, and I certainly feel honored that you guys would invite me out here to sort through them and be critical of them, because I know the time and the blood, sweat, and tears it takes to make these things. Apologies to those that got left in class, but you guys certainly ran into some really high-quality ones standing out here in the Grand Drive. Let's fire it up. Let's give them one big round of applause. I'm going to go out and get you a top 5.
Congratulations, Grand Champion Market Goat Emma Brandenburg. We need Grant Liming entering the arena at this time. Congratulations, Reserve Champion Market Goat Leo Collins. We need Easton Jennings entering the arena at this time. Congratulations, 3rd overall, Eden Myers. Congratulations, 4th overall, Eden Myers. Congratulations, 5th overall Market Goat, Easton Jennings. Just a reminder, you have until 10:31 to consign your animal up for the sale. You also have until 10:31 to remove your animal if you would like to tonight. You must tell Colby or Harley Brandenburg before doing so.